Chapter 396. The scene was stagnant for a full minute before a few brave soldiers walked over and searched among the wreckage of the robots to see if there were any spoils of war. "Miss Quinn, don't you want to go take a look?" Luther asked Thea, who was far away from the battlefield. "After you, Mr. Luther." Thea wouldn't go over. She could tell if someone was dead or alive, but without Gideon's scan, she couldn't be sure if they were still alive. Thea couldn't go over, but she could command the others. "Abby, cut the red line on the wreckage that looks like an arm. Joe, do you see the metal box in your left hand? It's probably an energy block with a weak yellow light. Take that off. Pearl, that thing at your feet is dangerous. Kick it away." With her rich knowledge of mechanical engineering, Sia pretended to command the group of people to dismantle the wreckage from afar with a pair of binoculars. No one objected. In their eyes, Thea was a typical scientist. It was normal for her to command from afar. They didn't know that Thea, scientist, could kill hundreds of these robots in seconds. In the eyes of the soldiers, Sia was a beautiful woman, a rich woman, a scientist, and a leader. With so many halos around her, they didn't expect her to have much combat power. It was already very precious that she could go through fire and water with them. Everyone was under her command, and no one complained. Weapon system, communication system, energy supply. These should be enough, right? What do you think, Mr. Luther? Thea commanded with her binoculars. The robots on the ground were dismantled even more. She muttered a few words in a low voice before turning around to ask Luther. Now that everyone was in the same boat, Luther naturally wouldn't oppose her. He observed carefully and gave a few suggestions. Thea accepted all of them. She and Luther were now the kind of robots that could assemble. They couldn't assemble, but they could dismantle. It was still very easy. The principles of science were basically the same. No matter how amazing Brainiac was, he didn't have the love power generation technology. Now that the only enemy had been dealt with, everyone searched the spaceship twice. After confirming that there were no more enemies, they returned to the collection room and selected another 300 or so people. General Leon wanted to stabilize the situation in the city, so he gave the opportunity to his daughter to recover. Because of the one-day trip on the Kryptonian spaceship in the original timeline, it was messed up by Thea in this timeline. Now that she was in an alien spaceship, it could be said that this was Louise Leon's first contact with an alien civilization. She was extremely curious as she touched and looked around. 70% of the politicians had returned to normal. They rejoiced with each other and swore to themselves that they would never come to the metropolis to participate in the damned anti-Superman convention again. More than 10 scientists were also pulled out. This was their first time coming into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, and they were extremely excited. The spacecraft's power system, shell materials, and energy weapons were all the focus of their discussion. The entire procession was very quiet. Only their chattering could be heard in the comms channel. At first, Thea refrained from interrupting, but later she could not help but pick out some things that were similar to the current technology on Earth and tell them about it. She had seen more spaceships than these scientists had seen living people. This spaceship's technology was very advanced, but it was only above average in the universe. After all, Earth was too remote, and Brainiac would not use an advanced spaceship to come to this area. Because of the success of the anti-atomization project, the scientists had already accepted Thea as one of them. They all humbly asked her for advice. 3 correct sentences, 4 wrong sentences, and the rest was nonsense. Thea blindly answered their various questions while leading the way to the main control room. This was not because she had foresight, but because a few military hackers had found this place by following the signal source. Pretending that she did not know how to operate the spaceship, Thea took out a tablet and recorded all the things that looked like words on the spaceship. She ran around with a group of scientists and used a few hints. After a series of brainstorming sessions, a simple operating manual for the spaceship was officially produced. First, adjust the oxygen content on the spaceship to Earth's level. Then, let's see how the synthetic food is made. We have grown bigger, and we don't have enough food. Let's see where we are. Are we in the Milky Way? What's the speed of this spaceship? Thea found a box and sat on it. She had become more and more adept at commanding people. A group of scientists and politicians did not know what to do, and no one complained when they were commanded. They each used their own brains to study the functions of the spaceship according to the operating manual. The oxygen problem was easy to solve. They just had to set it according to Earth standards. When the environmental test met Earth standards, Thea first took off the cumbersome spacesuit. This spacesuit was a life-saving equipment for others, but for her, it was purely a prop. She did not want to wear it for even a second. Seeing her role model, everyone took off their spacesuits one after another. A few leaders heard that there was no food on the spaceship, and they were not afraid of the trouble. They asked a few soldiers who had not recovered to their original state to deliver food to them through the glass container. Thea did not have time to worry about them. She was looking at the flight record of the spaceship. Just by looking at it, she knew that the spaceship had already flown out of the solar system. How far are we from Earth now? Thea could understand most of the text on the spaceship without the help of the light ring. It was basically the universal language of the universe. Luther did not have this experience. He was a pure earthling, but he was also very good. He had a photographic memory and memorized all the symbols. He even guessed about 60 to 70% of the text on the spaceship. At this time, he saw Thea frown and quickly asked in a low voice. Theo looked back at this guy, hesitated for a moment, and told him the truth. According to the flight record, converted to Earth's distance units, we are about 1.5 light-years away from Earth. Luther was speechless. 1.5 light-years did not seem like a big number, but the diameter of the solar system was only 0.003 light-years. This distance was endless. This spaceship can't take us so far away in such a short time, right? Does it have warp equipment? Something like space travel. A few senior officials were celebrating with champagne in the distance. The practical scientists were all nearby studying the structure of the spaceship. Now that they heard Thea's words, they were a little dizzy. A fat old man with round eyes asked, "Professor Stein." Thea was the first to speak. This fat old man was none other than one of the Firestorm duo on the Wave Rider. It was just that at this time, he was not Firestorm yet. He had just met Thea yesterday. Thea was initially quite surprised that this big shot in physics was also in the metropolis. She only heard that he was here to attend some conference. "Professor, you are right. This spaceship does have warp technology." Thea first gave them a reassurance, then changed the topic. But during warp, the spaceship designer designed it according to the body of a robot. This means that when the spaceship passes through the black hole, there will be a huge overload. According to the strength of the human body, we won't be able to withstand it. Thea handed her tablet to the few of them. "This is the overload data I calculated. There will be about 200 G of overload. You know, our pilot can only withstand 9 G. Chapter 397. Some of them looked at her deduction process, while others lowered their heads and did their own calculations. Thea scratched her head. The speed of this spaceship could exceed the speed of light. Ignoring the energy consumption, it would take at least a year to fly back. The tens of millions of people in the glass dome could not wait for a year, and the spaceship could not fit 10 million people. The only plan now was to warp back to the solar system. However, only Thea could adapt to the powerful overload. Showing such a strong physique in public would inevitably expose her ability, which was not in line with her plan. What should she do? Thea was also in deep thought with a large group of scientists. The difference was that while the scientists were thinking about how to get home, Thea was thinking about how to continue the show. After thinking about it, she decided not to expose herself first. She contacted the nearby Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and asked him to help send the spaceship back to the solar system. Just as she was about to put it into action, she heard the little troublemaker Louise Lane shouting, "Superman is here! Superman is here!" The surrounding people were very excited and asked, "Where is Superman? How do you know he is here? Are you in contact?" Thea saw this scene and was a little speechless. Louise Lane and Clark Kent were so close, but this group of slow people in the metropolis did not connect Clark to Superman. She really did not know what to say. However, it was a good thing that Superman was here. At least she did not have to waste a favor. Opening the Eye of Horus, Seal looked out of the spaceship and saw Clark, who was wearing a blue shirt and a red cloak. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his lips were pursed tightly. It could be seen that this old man had run away in order to save his wife. "Clark, it's Thea. The spaceship is under control. You can come in from the rear entrance of the spaceship." Thea originally wanted to discuss the plan outside, but found that Superman was no different from Batman. He could not communicate telepathically, so she could only let him in. "Superman is here. Superman is here to save us. We're saved." When the people in the spaceship saw Superman enter, they were all excited. This made Thea a little depressed. After all, the people present were not ordinary people. Most of them were government military personnel. 60% of them were people who usually peed their pants when they heard Superman's name. Now that they were so supportive of Superman, it could only be said that Superman's reputation had been maxed out. "You're unhappy too, aren't you?" Only Lex Luthor would speak in such an eccentric manner. According to his heart, he would rather fly back to Earth directly than accept Superman's help. He, who was originally unhappy, noticed a trace of unhappiness on Thea's face. This kind of expression had appeared on his face many times over the past year. It was the kind of expression that would appear on Superman's face even after working hard for half a day. He, who was in the same boat, felt much better now. Luthor used his chin to point at Superman, who was surrounded by people. A perfect alien with a godlike character. People only worship strength and ignore wisdom and knowledge. Thea did not comment. She pretended not to know him and introduced the situation to Superman. Superman completely understood why she hid her true identity. In his opinion, Earth heroes like Thea and Batman did the same. They usually used one identity and another during battle. It was not a big problem. After listening to Thea's explanation, Superman said without hesitation, "I'll push the spaceship away." "Can you do it?" Thea secretly asked him telepathically. Superman could not directly reply to her, so he just nodded slightly. Thea thought about it and could not think of a better way. At worst, she could use the light ring to replenish him with some yellow energy. After instructing Superman to prepare in space, Thea began to calibrate the position. Brainiac did not care about Earth at all. It did not keep Earth's coordinates in its spaceship. Thea had to calculate Earth's position. Brother Superman was similar to Diana in the original spacetime. He clearly had the ability to travel through space, but he stayed on Earth for decades. Superman came so quickly this time because he relied on Louise Lane's locator to find her. Otherwise, he might not be able to find her even if he searched for her all over the universe. After calculating the position, the engine ignited and started. The spaceship emitted a huge tail flame and flew towards Earth at the speed of light. Superman waited for a while until the spaceship's speed reached its limit. Then he pushed the tail of the spaceship with both hands and relied on his flying ability to add a huge amount of thrust to the spaceship. 3 days later, when Thea announced that they were about to enter the solar system, everyone on the spaceship cheered. Few praised Thea, but many praised Superman. They did not know that if Thea had not sent a clone to recharge Superman with the light ring, Superman would have been dead from exhaustion. Superman did not enter the spaceship for 3 days because he wanted to help Thea cover up her secret. He did not want anyone to see his weak state. After entering the solar system, he returned to Earth directly. The few core members of the anti-Superman committee did not know the inside story. They were even more afraid of Superman, who had limitless stamina. We will enter Earth's atmosphere in 3 minutes. Begin deceleration. Thea trained a group of scientists to be spaceship pilots. Several old men in their 50s and 60s were used to her command. They began to prepare for landing in a flurry. When they entered the solar system, the first person to contact Earth was Luthor. This guy had even launched his satellite into Jupiter's orbit. Following that, several military bigwigs and Thea also received feedback from their respective satellites. They contacted their subordinates and superiors respectively. Fortunately, the melodramatic scene of being attacked by a nuclear bomb did not happen. Thea's superior was naturally Comrade Moira. She probably knew what she was capable of. She had not heard from her for a week, but she was not very worried about her. She just said that she would pick her up at the scene and bring her a big surprise. A big surprise? What the hell was that? Thea did not understand, but there was no time to think about it. Before the spaceship entered the atmosphere and landed, Minister of Defense General Swanwick eagerly boarded the spaceship in a special plane. This spaceship is intact. The moment they met, the African minister pulled them into a small meeting. Before they could even sit down, he impatiently asked. The small meeting was really small. There were only 4 people, including Thea. They were all personnel who knew her true identity. Faced with the minister's question, the generals all looked at Thea. They could not help it. They were not as capable as Luthor. Learning a foreign language that had nothing to do with Earth's language in the blink of an eye. It was too difficult for these old men. The damage is not serious. The weapon system and propulsion system are all intact. However, I don't recommend the military dismantle it. Why? The minister asked, puzzled. This is Brainiac's spaceship. The spaceship is only temporarily blocked. I can't guarantee that there are no other communication devices in the spaceship. You must know that this is a top-level artificial intelligence that has destroyed countless planets. Its technology is far beyond our understanding, Thea said very seriously. The minister was helpless. Previously, the Krypton spaceship was almost smashed into pieces. The military had been busy for a year but did not manage to get anything good. Now that they finally had an intact spaceship, it could not be moved. However, he still asked with uncertainty, is this Brainiac that you mentioned really that powerful? Yes. The guards on the spaceship this time are only one of its countless clones. In order to kill it, we sacrificed more than 30 warriors. It can make billions of robots like this. Once it gets serious, no planet in the universe can stop it. Thea had to break their fantasy. If Krypton could not stop it, it was even more impossible for Earthlings to do so. Chapter 398. The African minister scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the matter aside and restore the metropolis to its original state. In the week that they disappeared, the entire world's media went crazy. They could not cover up the disappearance of such a large city even if they wanted to. The other big countries said they were concerned, but they were actually enjoying the show. Thea thought about it, then called the minister to one side and whispered a few words to him. What? There are aliens in the spaceship. How many are there? General Swanwick was shocked. He was not happy at all as a minister. He spent his days wandering around the aliens. Those who did not know better would think that he was in charge of Earth's affairs with the aliens. Thea did a rough calculation. There were more than 20 glass domes, and the same number of alien cities. Although many life forms died due to environmental problems, there were still a few alien races that had strong vitality and persevered. They only lacked atomized equipment. About 100,000. Thea said uncertainly. Seeing General Swanwick's bloodshot eyes and trembling lips, Thea continued to explain. They are all cities that were taken away by Brainiac's spaceship. I took a look and they are all life forms in the nearby star systems. They are all intelligent life forms, and their technological level is about the same as ours. No, this is too big. Even the president can't make a decision. I'll report it. Let the people who should be worried think about it. The minister thought about it and knew that this matter involved too many people. He did not dare to make a decision and had to report it. Thea did not have a choice. Breaking the glass domes and letting 100,000 aliens die was a little cruel. Other people aside, Superman had been on a spaceship before. If he knew that Thea and the government had killed 100,000 aliens, he would immediately turn evil. The minister did not think too much about it. He just felt that killing 100,000 intelligent life forms with a single order was not in line with his morals. However, he could not just leave them be. As for how to deal with these people, he would leave it to the higher-ups to discuss. Thea didn't know that her casual suggestion made the president call for a meeting of the top 5 that very night. All kinds of advisors, think tanks, international experts, and former leaders gathered and discussed behind closed doors for 7 days. They still couldn't make up their minds whether to execute, expel, or take her in. Of course, this was a story for the future. Thea was very busy at the moment. The AI could easily take away the city, and she wanted to put it back in its original state. This required a lot of calculations, including the city plan, spatial coordinates, and the angle of anti-atomization. There weren't enough scientists on the spaceship, including Luther, so they urgently gathered the world's renowned scientists to calculate. Thea's old acquaintances, Dr. Sereth Stone from the Red House Laboratory, Reverse Lightning from the Advanced Technology Laboratory, and Psyker, were all forcefully pulled over by various organizations to help, regardless of whether they were willing or not. After working for a day and a night, the results were finally out. Connect to the glass dome of Metropolis. Coordinates confirmed, airspace is prohibited in this area. Activate the space stabilizer and equalizer. After a series of complicated instructions, Thea checked that there were no errors before giving the final order. Activate the anti-atomization ray. Different from the anti-atomization equipment they were researching, the built-in ray of the spaceship was at least 200 years more advanced than the equipment they had developed. A colorful ray shone into the glass dome, and the moment it shone, the space displacement was activated. The displacement coordinates were calculated by Thea and the others. The originally empty flat land was instantly filled with skyscrapers, the dirt was replaced by asphalt roads, and an artificial lake appeared abruptly on the flat land. Tens of millions of citizens had no idea that they had returned to their original state. Except for a few screeching zoo animals, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The people who saw this scene on the monitor were very excited. Yeah. Psyker, who was recruited, was a little excited. He wanted to find someone to high-five to celebrate, but he found that the people in the room were all old men and old women. The only 3 young people were himself, Thea, and Lex Luthor. Luthor pulled a long face as if everyone owed him money. Psyker did not dare to provoke him. He gently high-fived Thea to celebrate. The city had returned to its original state, but there were more or less some flaws. Thea at least saw that the city's sewer pipes were off by 5 meters, various oil and electricity transmission, and the suburban roads were a little off, but these were not things she should worry about. Let the metropolitan government deal with them. Thea. Not long after they walked out of the spaceship, they saw Moira. The mother and daughter hugged each other warmly. Come and see who this is. Moira's face was full of smiles, and a young man walked out from behind her. Thea. The young man's temperament was calm and his face was serious, but he still showed a heartfelt joy when he saw his family. Oliver. Thea was really surprised. This was not an act, this was a real surprise. It was difficult for her to show such an expression, but after calculating for a day and a night, she was a little dizzy. When she suddenly saw Oliver alive, she could not control her emotions. I missed you so much. Thea hugged Oliver tightly. The memories of her childhood and youth were deliberately faded, but not buried. Her feelings were real, and so was her family. Thea was affected by her own emotions for a moment, and the corners of her eyes were a little wet. She only hated herself for not helping Oliver earlier. The family of 3 hugged each other and cried. Many scientists on the spaceship and many citizens who came to thank them when they learned that they had returned to normal silently watched all this. The image of a strong, intelligent, and caring girl came into everyone's eyes. This was the representative of the modern heroes of the United States. She was calm in the face of trouble, calm in command, and so humane. The onlookers gave the family of 3 their blessings and applause. It's a pity that her talent is wasted. She's a woman after all. Very coincidentally, there was also a family of 3 on Luther's side. Although he wanted to be in the limelight, he was an old man in his 30s. It was impossible for him to cry while hugging his mother and brother like Thea. Luther was very unhappy and left the scene with his mother and sister. It had been 2 days since Oliver returned to the United States. He also learned that his sister had saved the city. His heart was filled with pride, but it was still awkward to be surrounded by so many people. He hurriedly pulled his mother and sister and left the scene after Luther. Oliver did not know about the trouble his sister had caused in the past few years. As soon as her brother appeared, his name instantly appeared on the desk of many insiders. The government and the Pentagon copied his information from the Heaven's Eye Society to evaluate this person's future achievements and influence on Thea. Several heroes such as Superman, Batman, and the Martian Manhunter were collecting information on him through different channels. Several neutral or evil subordinates, such as Poison Ivy and Grutter, gathered together to listen to Death Knell tell the story that he and Oliver had to tell. Chapter 399. At this time, Oliver still didn't know that his every move had attracted the attention of others. When the family left the scene and was about to take the plane back to Star City, they saw the black-skinned avatar from afar. Thea knew that the black-skinned woman was expressing that she had returned a big favor, so she could only nod slightly to show that she accepted. Although Oliver wasn't strengthened, he was born with good eyesight. When he saw Avatar, he reflexively stood in front of his mother and sister and looked at Avatar vigilantly. Avatar was a little stunned, but she immediately understood that Oliver didn't know about her relationship with Thea. The more she thought about it, the more interesting this family was. She didn't talk to them and left alone with a faint smile. After returning to the Quinn family's old house and having dinner, Moira rested alone, leaving the siblings some space. "Let's go out for a walk," Oliver suggested. Thea nodded, and the two went outside. The two walked to the empty tombs of old Robert and Oliver. Thea didn't know how to explain. "I know something about you. Haven't I been on the island for the past few years?" Oliver smiled and said, "Yao Fei told me." "You don't know, right?" "He returned to Purgatory Island." Thea opened her mouth slightly. It seemed that Yao Fei's illness hadn't been cured yet. Why did he go back for no reason? This old man couldn't live a good life, right? Needless to say, since he had seen Yao Fei, he must have seen Shadow as well. Thea scratched her head. "I'm sorry. I did want to save you from the island, but I was delayed. No need to apologize." "I wouldn't have gone with you back then," Oliver interrupted her. With the grudge between the siblings gone, it was easy to talk. "Your skills are not bad. Did old man Yao Fei teach you again?" Sia had noticed this the moment she met him. It was hard to tell how strong Oliver was in the original spacetime, but Sia compared the Oliver in front of her with the people she knew. She felt that he was about the same level as Nightwing, or even slightly stronger. Talia was currently busy reorganizing the Assassin League. It was impossible for her to teach Oliver. Thea felt that the two of them might not even know each other. Then, combined with old Yao's experience of returning to Purgatory Island, it was not difficult to guess that Oliver had undergone new training. You don't need to use those weird tricks of yours. Do you want to spar? Oliver sent out a battle invitation. I'm not afraid of you. After a few days of acting, Thea was itching for a fight. The siblings came to the backyard of Quinn's old house, where there was a large training ground. Unlike the original spacetime, Moira's physical fitness had greatly increased. She could also exercise her body at ordinary times. Thea recommended karate to her, which was easy to learn. She could crush ordinary people by relying on her attributes. She did not need to practice to become a master, but she needed to have the power to protect herself in an emergency. Competing in close combat. Sia watched as Oliver took 2 wooden swords from the rack. She had no objections. She coiled up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, kicked off her high heels, grabbed 2 wooden swords, suppressed her attributes to the level of ordinary people, and took a stance, waiting for Oliver to attack first. Oliver originally wanted to let his sister attack first, but when he saw her burst of momentum in an instant, he immediately changed his mind. Sharp, tough, and unrivaled could be used to describe Thea's momentum at this time. Although she did not attack, he knew that she was definitely a strong enemy just by looking at her posture. His sister was so powerful. The Thea in front of him was too different from the one in his memory. In the past few years, he had traveled extensively and seen a lot of people fighting, but Oliver had never seen anyone who could match Thea in terms of momentum. His competitive spirit rose, and he also became serious. Holding 2 swords in his hands, he cautiously observed, and then took the initiative to attack with his left hand and right hand. Use your full strength. Thea casually parried Oliver's blow, and her right hand mercilessly whipped his arm. Oliver's reaction was very fast. His feet moved quickly, and his body moved horizontally. He cleverly used the wooden sword in his left hand to block Thea's 2 swords at the same time, and his right hand swept across her abdomen. Thea stomped on the ground, and jumped back a step. At the same time, her body turned lightly in the air, and her wrist slashed across Oliver's body. The brother and sister exchanged more than 10 moves with speed, and Thea was a little surprised to find that she did not have much of an advantage. Oliver's close combat was taught by Death Knell, but unlike Death Knell, who had a fierce fighting style, his personality was not so aggressive, and he was more inclined to defend and attack. While his defense was tight, his attacks were also very sharp. At this time, Oliver had not yet reached his peak, but he already had some of his own fighting style. It was not impossible for him to catch up to Batman in the future. Thea felt that her brother's attacks were not bad, but Oliver was shocked by her. That day on Purgatory Island, Thea had mostly used magic to deal with the 3 of them. Oliver really did not know that his sister was so skilled. At this time, Oliver had already surpassed Death Knell's old teaching, and had his own understanding of fighting. But no matter how he changed his moves, he could not break through Thea's defense. Thea sensed Oliver's competitive spirit, and secretly laughed. She did not want to beat her brother on the first day they met. After all, they grew up together, and their relationship was much deeper than Tommy's. In order to save Oliver's face, Thea secretly lowered her speed by 20%. At this time, Oliver was finally able to keep up with her attacks, and the 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves before stopping. Thea finally confirmed her judgment. Oliver's close combat was similar to that of a Nightwing. Considering his outstanding talent for long-range attacks, he, with a bow and arrow in hand, was only second to Madame Shiva and Batman among ordinary people. He was slightly stronger than the Nightwing Talia. The siblings had no interest in continuing the fight, and strolled on the back mountain covered in leaves. What exactly is magic? Do you know, Constantine? Oliver deliberated for a moment, and asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Magic is an energy application that ancient humans summed up from the demon language and various otherworld creatures to find the truth of the world. Why? Did you meet Constantine? I don't know him, but I know that this person has a bad reputation and is not a good person. Thea was puzzled. Oliver should not know Constantine. Hearing his sister's evaluation of Constantine, Oliver thought of something and smiled bitterly. He is indeed a bastard. I met him on Purgatory Island. At that time, he was looking for a magic ball. Horus Magic Ball. Thea was shocked. Oliver nodded, as if that was the name. Thea's heart was in turmoil, and she did not say anything. She took the magic ball, traveled to 1918, and gave it to Madame Xanadu. Could it be that Madame Xanadu buried the magic ball on Purgatory Island after that? After circling around, the magic ball still ended up in Constantine's hands, and Zakong still knew Oliver. Fate's adventure was evident. Chapter 400. That night, Sia called Oliver and Moira together and gave them the super gene optimization fluid that she had developed. She also explained the usage and matters that they should pay attention to. She also gave Oliver the diluted god's blood that she had prepared before. As for how he planned, that was his own business. If he had to reject supernatural forces like Batman, Thea had no other choice. She couldn't press his neck and give him a shot, right? Everything was voluntary. The opportunity was given to him, and the choice was entirely up to him. Early the next morning, Thea called the mother and son to discuss. She wanted to return the shares that should have belonged to Oliver. Oliver insisted that he didn't come back for the money. But under Thea's more determined attitude, he finally accepted the division plan. Quinn Group could be said to be old Robert's life's work. After all, Thea was not his flesh and blood. Now that Oliver had come back, it was reasonable to return his share to him. Moreover, Thea had already obtained her doctorate. The transformation of the new group into a high-tech group was a matter of fact. Thea didn't want to have a doctorate and be followed by a lot of construction workers and bulldozers. That image was too bad. With Oliver's primary school degree and his muscles, he was quite suitable to be a foreman. The new division was very simple. The original Quinn Group's building parts were stripped and given to Oliver. In the next few years, there would be constant wars, and the construction team would definitely not have to worry about starvation. It was just that the work would be very cumbersome. After getting rid of the construction part, only the new R&D department, the medical department, and the new polymer compound department were left. Thea's wealth, which was originally close to Luthor and Batman's, was cut in half. However, the staff was reduced by 90%, and the troubles were reduced by 70%. I'll let Oliver worry about the construction industry in the future. After 2 days of relaxing and happy days, the debate at the 5 permanent shareholders meeting finally spread among the higher-ups. Thea was urgently summoned to the Bat Cave. The P5 held a national meeting. Thea and the other heroes held a small meeting in the Bat Cave. Superman, the Martian Manhunter, Thea, Diana, and the landlord, Batman. There were exactly 5 of them. Thea had originally wanted to introduce the Martian Hunter and Diana to each other, but she did not expect that the 2 of them not only knew each other but were also quite familiar with each other. Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. The Martian Hunter had been on Earth for 200 years, and Diana had also been in the modern world for more than 100 years. It was normal for them to know each other. Everyone, the Big Five, has been discussing the hundreds of thousands of aliens for 3 days. What do you think about this matter? As the convener, Batman was the first to speak. Let's heal their bodies first. I only glanced at them at that time. Many of them are already very weak. Superman was the first to speak. Only by confiscating their weapons can we provide them with food. The Martian hunter also expressed his opinion. Thea and Diana also said something similar. The few heroes had similar views on this point. No one would say that they should kill all the hundreds of thousands of aliens. That would be too unjust. The initial plan was set, but there was an important disagreement on the follow-up arrangements. Superman, based on his own experience, believed that they should cultivate their feelings for Earth and even arrange a job for the aliens. The Martian Manhunter believed that they should be kicked out immediately. Diana, on the other hand, believed that they should be settled and divided into areas for them to live in. The three of them felt that they made sense. Their voices became louder and louder, but no one could convince the other. You met the president before you came. Batman watched them argue calmly. He was not anxious at all. He turned his head and asked Thea, who was also watching the show. Thea wanted to laugh when she thought of this. Mr. President actually thinks that we should settle the aliens in Afghanistan and withdraw the US military. I'm dying of laughter. Batman snorted. You're going to New York tomorrow. What do you think about this? Thea did not think too much about it. She said firmly, accept them. The future of Earth needs to unite all the forces that can be united. They are also intelligent life and are not much worse than us. She could not talk about Doomsday and Darkseid, but this time, Brainiac was also a big threat. Thea continued, did you see the robot on the spaceship this time? That was just one of Brainiac's countless clones. Krypton was so powerful, but it was destroyed. I don't think Earth can withstand it. Before Batman could answer, Superman, with his sharp ears, turned his head and asked, was Krypton really destroyed by that artificial intelligence? 70 to 80%. That's the result of the investigation by the Lanterns. There were many opinions about who destroyed Krypton, and Thea did not dare to say with certainty. Superman was immersed in the tragic death of his own kind. The Martian Manhunter and Diana were also not in the mood to argue. At the end of the day, they were all worried about nothing, and no one cared about their opinions. When Thea made it clear that she supported her lover, Batman considered carefully and agreed to Diana's relocation plan. It was a little far from the Martian Manhunter's goal, but it was still a compromise. He finally agreed, and Superman had no choice but to give up. The next day, Thea, who was getting better and better, had to go to New York to be questioned by the P5 and persuade them to pass the resolution. Professor Quinn. An old man asked first. Yes, Thea had studied hard for 5 years and finally got rid of the title of Mississippi. This incident had fully demonstrated her intelligence, and the title of professor in front of her name was well deserved. Can't those aliens be sent back to their original planets? Thea nodded slightly. Gentlemen, among the 20 glass domes, the results of our investigation so far show that only 7 of them still have signs of life, and their planets have long been destroyed. Collecting the essence of the cities and destroying the others' planets has always been the Collector Brainiac's policy. Currently, there is only one planet that has not been destroyed after being collected, and that is Earth. After dealing with them so much, Thea also understood the principle of getting along with this group of people. She had to tell the truth to Batman, and it was best to scare them. The older you are, the wiser you are. No one in this room is a fool. Thea's unspoken words are not difficult to understand. What does this mean? It meant that the aliens were still coming. These people all understood the principle of driving the wolves to devour the tigers, and the 2 people who were originally tough immediately softened. Thea finished her statement and left. The debate in the room continued for another day. After Thea slept, they finally came to a conclusion. They would be concentrated in the desert of Nevada, and a coordination and supervision committee would be set up to solve all the conflicts between the aliens and the Earthlings. The main person in charge would be Professor Thea. What was this? Thea was a little amused. A real-life version of Area 51. Chapter 401. The first thing Dr. Thea did after taking office was to set up a team of guards and coordinate the relationship. How to coordinate? By talking. The committee must have its own armed forces. After a few discussions, the maximum number of guards was set at 5,000. This would be the armed forces under the committee's control. Thea finally had some visible armed forces. After all, there was a limit to the bodyguard team. 100 people was already too much, any more would be inappropriate. Now that she had received official approval, Thea directly cleared more than 500 people from Death Knell's dark forces and joined the guards under various names. These people would be the backbone for a long time in the future. She did not let go of the few alien cities on the other side either. She found a city with the largest population, and Sia and Fiora mixed in with the atomization. She brainwashed a few leaders and made up a story that Fiora had fallen to another planet after leaving Earth and was later kidnapped by Brainiac. The future management committee would have 7 seats. The alien cities would choose 3 representatives to occupy 3 seats and the Earthlings would occupy 4. Thea would occupy 1 seat, the Heavenly Eye Society would occupy 1 seat, the government would occupy 1 seat, and the military would occupy 1 seat. Thea wanted to strengthen her voice. She wanted to rope in a few representatives on the surface and mix sand with the aliens behind their backs. She wanted to have this armed force firmly in the palm of her hand. There were many restrictions, but the benefits were also great. Other than nuclear bombs, all weapons could be installed. In order to prevent the aliens from having any special abilities, the Heavenly Eye Society also provided a portion of their secret black technology to support the committee. Anti-gravity miniature plastic energy network, electromagnetic signal isolation cabin, quantized cage. Both Amanda and Steve Trevor of the Heavenly Eye Society were quite cunning. They slightly twisted the decision of the higher-ups and provided Thea with defensive equipment. Of course, Thea did not agree. Now that she had the support of the P5, she could enter the president's office whenever she wanted. She wasn't afraid of the Heaven's Eye Society at all. Today, she could pull in a councilman, and tomorrow, she could pull in a general. The Heaven's Eye Society couldn't win against her, so they could only provide her with a blueprint for an advanced laser gun. Thea was still not satisfied. If she developed the finished product herself, who would it belong to? This was a scientific research mission, not a preferential condition. Then what exactly do you want? Amanda felt that Thea was indeed easier to talk to than other superheroes, but this was both a strength and a weakness. Other superheroes, such as Batman, came and went in a hurry. They would leave after they finished speaking. Who could sit in her office for 3 hours? I want to visit the Black Room, Thea stated her condition. Amanda thought about it and shook her head. No Esper can enter the Black Room. This is the iron rule of the Heaven's Eye Society. Sightseeing was just an excuse. She was just an ordinary person who couldn't keep an eye on them. She couldn't open her mouth. Thea snorted. In the future, the Heaven's Eye would meet a great enemy, and Constantine had gone in. She had never heard of any iron rules. These people would not give up until they saw the coffin. However, she did not want to push Amanda too far. Some of the things in the Black Room were indeed heaven-defying. Espers weren't allowed to enter. From a broad perspective, it was a wise decision. How about this? I won't go in. Help me take it out. I only want one thing inside. Thea took the initiative to lower her request. What is it? I'll say it first. I can't give you the dangerous things. Amanda was helpless. A superhero played administrative tricks on her every day and hit her soft spot. This made her want to die. The headquarters of the Heaven's Eye Society was right there. She couldn't hide even if she wanted to. Merlin's sword. Thea naturally wouldn't mention Dr. Fate's helmet, the heart of darkness that hid the eclipse of darkness, or the tank with the power of Godspeed. She didn't understand those things or couldn't control them. They weren't suitable for her now. If she remembered correctly, Merlin's staff was also hidden in the black room. She weighed the two weapons for a long time. In the end, she chose the sword according to her intuition. Merlin's sword. Amanda was in contact with these things every day. Although she was just an ordinary person, her vision was probably better than many extraordinaries. In her impression, these weapons were useless in the hands of ordinary people or even extraordinaries. They were only useful in the hands of people with special bloodlines. This made her guess about Thea's bloodline. Thinking that the sword was indeed useless, Amanda finally nodded and said softly, "This time, it's not the Heavens Eye Society that's helping you. Remember, it's me." Thea smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't difficult to return the favor. Amanda's ability to seek death was second only to Louise Lane. Superman wouldn't come to save her. When the time came, she could just help her. After waiting for half an hour, Amanda handed a long box to Thea. The call from the bloodline couldn't be faked. Thea didn't open the box on the spot and chose to leave alone, which made Amanda a little disappointed. When she returned to her residence, she opened the simple box. Just by looking at the surface of the box and the gorgeous decorations with a hint of antiquity, she knew it was worth a lot. She opened the lid and saw an almost transparent sword lying in the box. Thea grabbed the hilt and took the sword out. Her wrist shook lightly and made 2 strokes with the sword. Light and flowing, the toughness and hardness were just right. Thea sighed. Good sword. Thea had seen a few swords. Whether it was Diana's Vulcan sword or her own Godslayer, magic swords were all high-quality divine weapons and magic weapons. This Merlin sword was slightly inferior to the previous swords in terms of material, but the touch of the bloodline made this sword in Thea's hands several times more powerful. It was a traditional English longsword, 90 centimeters long, with a cross-shaped handle and no extra decorations. As it danced, the transparent blade emitted a faint blue light. This was a natural reaction after it merged with the magic in the air. Thea injected her own magic into the sword. The originally faint blue light instantly turned dark blue, and the blade produced an invisible vibration. If one listened carefully, they could even hear a very faint chi-chi sound. With a light flip of the wrist holding the sword, she slashed it from the bottom to the top. A deep blue light flashed, and the metal frame 10 meters away was directly cut in half. Thea looked at the cut. It was clean and smooth. It didn't look like it was cut by a sword. Instead, it looked like it was cut by water, wire, or other modern machinery. She aligned the 2 ends and carefully observed it under the sunlight. The cut area was very small, and the sword light was as thin as a piece of paper. It easily cut through the metal. She injected her own attributes into the sword. Overall, the sword was very inclusive. There were only slight differences in each attribute. For example, the light attribute was faster, and the dark attribute was better at hiding. Chapter 402. In addition to this kind of conventional magic power attack, Merlin's sword also came with 2 advanced spells. Every day, he would cast Hailstorm and Greater Invisibility. Sia also knew these 2 spells, but using the sword to cast them did not consume her own magic power. In this real world, magic ignored both friend and foe. Hailstorm was not practical, but Greater Invisibility was a good spell for home travel. This sword also had a very heaven-defying attribute, which was that it contained a trace of the law of luck. It would subtly change the wearer's luck. Thea tried for a long time but did not see how effective it was. However, she still decided to wear it with the spirit of believing that it was real. In modern society, it was impossible to carry a 1-meter-long sword every day. Fortunately, her ancestor was a wizard god and not a sword saint. he considered this problem for future generations. The Merlin bloodline could turn this sword into an accessory. Thea chose a necklace. The cross-shaped sword shrunk and hung around her neck. From afar, it looked like a cross. Coordinating with a few alien city managers, Felicia did not need much effort. 7 cities were on the verge of collapse, and 3 of them were not even as civilized as the people on Earth. They were only at the level of the Renaissance. Felicia brought thousands of people into the city in atomized form, and all kinds of black technology were used, which scared the hell out of the people. There were 2 other cities that were similar to the civilization on Earth. However, they only had a few thousand people and did not dare to attack an entire planet. The remaining 2 cities that were more advanced than Earth had developed their own pseudo-artificial intelligence. However, they were now controlled by Brainiac. Before Thea and the others entered the city, they had just cut the artificial intelligence into pieces. Now, they trembled when they saw a tablet and had high blood pressure when they saw a laptop. Thea unexpectedly gained a lot of fear energy from them. It was obvious that these people were frightened by Old Boo. It was very easy for Fiora to blend in. She just had to rewrite the memories of a few people. They all agreed that Fiora, who had wandered to their planet, led them to destroy the artificial intelligence. They all elected Fiora as their representative and successfully helped Thea to get a seat in the committee. One of the government seats was confirmed to be held by Senator Joan Finch of Kentucky. This middle-aged woman was Moira's political ally, the rotating chairman of the Anti-Superman Committee. Generally speaking, she was quite friendly with Thea. The military representative was Thea's old acquaintance, General Ryan. Of the 3 alien seats, Thea had 1, the government had 1, the military had 1, and the Heaven's Eye Society had yet to be decided. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that Amanda's appointment was suppressed and Steve Trevor was appointed instead, perhaps due to consideration of the balance between the various parties. The government was mainly in charge of funding, the Heaven's Eye Society was in charge of high-tech weapons, the military was in charge of conventional weapons, and Thea was in charge of personnel. She did not stand on ceremony and directly promoted her bodyguard, John Diggle, to the position of military supervisor. Laura Michaels definitely hoped that her husband would be promoted. What kind of future did he have as a bodyguard? Even though she was Amanda's hardcore supporter, this didn't stop her from using her connections in the Heavenly Eye Society to convince Steve Trevor and obtain the approval of the Heavenly Eye Society. The military considered that Diggle was from the Kandahar Special Forces, and the government considered the black man's skin color. Many parties were very satisfied with this choice. The black man was like a slacker in the original Spacetime Green Arrow team. In fact, his military qualities were good and he was a standard soldier. Being a superhero couldn't bring out his strengths. Now that he was in high spirits, he led by example and trained the 2,000 soldiers recruited in advance in an orderly manner. It would take time to twist this force into a rope. However, Thea herself and the people she had promoted were in the open. In the dark, there were mercenaries controlled by Fiora and Death Knell. They could control this committee and even go one step further and develop it into a World Security Council like Marvel. As the future situation became more and more difficult, this wouldn't be difficult. Thea, who thought that she would spend the weekend in the district, received a phone call and rushed back to Star City by plane. She was back for the wedding. It was funny to say that it wasn't a young person's wedding. It was the wedding of Felicity's mother and Laurel's father. Thea wasn't too surprised when she heard the news at first, because she remembered that the 2 of them were a little interesting in the show, but it didn't develop into anything else. But in this spacetime, because Felicity and Laurel had met in advance, their parents had also met in advance. One's husband was in prison, and the other's wife was divorced. The 2 middle-aged people unexpectedly hit it off, and they actually came up with a marriage plan. She rushed back to the Quinn family's old house. As the mayor of Star City, Moira had to be there to congratulate Detective Lance. As Felicity and Laurel's friend, Thea had to be there. Oliver had now reconnected with Shadow, and even Thea saw that he was living in Shadow's apartment. Of course, Oliver's excuse was that he was taking care of old Yao's daughter. Shadow was a Star City police officer, and as a friend of a police officer, Oliver had to be there. Although the family of three had different reasons, their destination was the same. They were going to the church together. There weren't many people at the church entrance, but Thea really knew a lot of people. At a glance, she saw a tall man in a well-ironed suit who exuded a melancholy aura. He was Bruce Wayne. "Why are you here?" Thea asked in a low voice. "Detective Lance invited a lot of police officers, and I'm considered one now. Plus, I know Laurel and Felicity too." Batman said arrogantly, and only lowered his voice at the last sentence. Thea took a closer look. It was true. Detective Lance was chatting with Gordon Sr. Beside them was a tall black man with a buzz cut who would speak from time to time. Judging by his rank, he was also a detective. "Who's that black man over there?" Thea didn't recognize him, so she turned to ask Batman. "Joe West, a serious and responsible detective in Central City," Batman said seriously. Thea understood. "Isn't that Barry Allen's father-in-law?" Detective Lance has quite a wide circle of friends. Thea left Batman the back of her head and walked to the side because she saw Felicity and Barbara. "Hey, how do you feel now that you have a stepfather and a sister?" Thea patted Felicity's shoulder jokingly. Felicity's face was hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. Her mouth was half open, and her eyes were not as bright as before. It was obvious that this sudden incident had caught her off guard. She wouldn't object, but she wasn't prepared to agree with both hands. More importantly, she knew Detective Lance and Laurel before, and now that they were suddenly family, the IT heroine didn't know how to react. Thea watched the scene with a smile. Felicity didn't know that Sarah Lance was still alive. When they fought Nanderbart, they didn't find any trace of Sarah Lance. She must have been trained by Talia's sister, Nissa. Felicity was a few months younger than Laurel and 2 years older than Sarah Lance. When the three of them got together, it would be even more lively. Chapter 403. While the three women were chatting and laughing, Sia and Barbara were mainly teasing Felicity. Not long after, Laurel arrived at the scene. Beside her was Thea's other brother, Tommy Merlin. The two of them had trained well in the bloody Gotham. As criminals, the two of them had a stronger presence than Shadow in Star City. As the leader of the Raptor squad, Barbara naturally had to greet them. However, she stopped after taking 2 steps because she saw Oliver holding Shadow's hand and blocking the two of them. "Laurel, Tommy." Oliver didn't know how to feel when he saw his best friend and his former love holding hands. However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't know them. He went up and greeted the two of them affectionately. Oliver. Laurel and Tommy had similar thoughts. They didn't know how to face him. Although the recent news was covered by Thea saving the metropolis, there was still news of Oliver's return from the island. The two of them naturally saw the news, which was why they didn't return to Star City. Longing, guilt, old feelings, friendship, and love were all mixed together. Even they couldn't understand what was going on, let alone outsiders. "I heard that your brother is in a relationship with Laurel's sister. How promiscuous." Barbara, who was watching the scene from afar, said to Thea with some dissatisfaction. "That's not even close." Thea thought to herself. Felicity from the original Spacetime, and Helena from the Raptor squad, who didn't come today, were all in a relationship with Oliver. These women all knew that he loved Laurel, but they all forgave him. What kind of F***king charm was this? Barbara said it was fine, but she didn't expect Thea to scold Oliver with her. Seeing that the atmosphere was too awkward, she quickly pulled Thea and Felicity over to join in the fun. With the addition of the three of them, the atmosphere became much livelier. These 7 people were more or less related to each other. Laurel was also uncomfortable with the idea of reorganizing the family, but she had always been generous and didn't reject Felicity. Felicity was a homebody in private, but she had been the vice president of the Quinn Group for several years, so she had no problem dealing with the situation. With a few jokes, there was a harmonious atmosphere between sisters. "Thea, did you see Sarah when you went to Purgatory Island?" Oliver pulled Thea out of the crowd and asked softly. Thea's high IQ allowed her to recall what had happened back then in a tenth of a second. She had rescued Sarah and then boarded the Wave Rider. The future Sarah had thrown her to Nessa. In other words, Oliver did not see Sarah on Purgatory Island. He probably did not know that Sarah was still alive. When it came to time travel, the Wave Rider, and a lot of other things, Thea thought about it and told the truth. "I did see Sarah, but I ran into a lot of trouble later and got separated from her. If I'm not mistaken, she should still be alive. Can you use those spells to find her?" "No, I can only find you because of the blood connection. It's hard to find Sarah in a sea of people. I don't learn divination spells." Thea directly rejected Oliver's suggestion. It was not a bad thing for Sarah to have some training. She had stolen her sister's boyfriend when she was young. Thea had only helped her when she had met her sister. She had objected to it when Oliver wanted her to go out of her way to find Sarah. "Hi, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Are you looking for someone?" "I'm a crime scene investigator. Maybe I can help you." Before the siblings finished their words, a very magnetic voice interrupted them. A young man with a sunny face and a tall figure smiled and extended his hand to the two siblings. "Barry Allen, Central City Police Station Criminal Investigation Division investigator." The brother and sister shook hands with him and introduced themselves to each other. They could be considered to have met each other. Oliver felt that the young man made him feel very comfortable and liked him a lot. Thea didn't know what to say. Was Joe West unhappy that Star City had been peaceful and stable for the past few years, and that Lance's salary had been raised a lot? Even Barry Allen, who had nothing to do with him, had been brought in to take advantage of him. In fact, Barry Allen was quite troubled. Joe West was kind enough to bring him out to meet his colleagues in the police system. Although they were not in the same city, they were connected, and there was no telling when he would need the help of the police department in the same city. At this time, Barry Allen, who was not the Flash yet, went to the crime scene to meet several senior police officers, especially Old Gordon, who was a big shot in the police field. When he found that he had nothing to do, he happened to see Thea and the other young people chatting, so he wanted to join in the fun. Thea didn't want to get too involved in the matter of the extreme speed, so she said a few words to him and left the conversation to Oliver, who was naturally compatible with him. After a while, Tommy, who felt that he was surrounded by women, also joined in the conversation. The 8 of them, 5 girls and 3 guys, started chatting. "Ollie, is that your sister? The hero who saved Metropolis?" After chatting for a while, Oliver and Barry Allen became very familiar with each other. Barry saw Thea, who was surrounded by the girls. Even though she tried to hide it, her temperament and demeanor still suppressed everyone. She was like the moon in the night sky, calm, reserved, and not to be ignored. Oliver took a sip of wine, his heart full of pride for his sister. "Yeah, I heard that Metropolis has started to cast a bronze statue of her." "That. Are there really aliens?" "I heard that they suddenly disappeared because of aliens." The entire city of Metropolis had disappeared for a week, and it was impossible to hide it. The American government wasn't that generous, so it was impossible for them to say that they did it. Aliens was their answer to the outside world. Barry had been investigating the cause of his mother's death all these years. That strange red lightning often appeared in his dreams, and he painstakingly searched for the answer, trying to find the truth behind the night of his mother's death. Being an excellent crime scene investigator couldn't help him find the truth, and at that time, Metropolis had suddenly disappeared from the world. During that week, Barry secretly rushed to the old site of Metropolis, which was tightly sealed, just to find the secret behind it. Aliens, just right, could explain his doubts for more than 10 years, but he only had one question left. Why? Why did they choose him? And not someone else? Oliver pondered for a while in the face of Barry's question. He knew some things about aliens. Thea was in charge of coordinating all the alien matters, and this matter wasn't hidden from her family. There were more than 100,000 aliens, and they wouldn't be confined to a small area forever. After dinner, Sia told her family about the aliens. She picked and chose some of the things she knew about them. At first, Oliver was quite devastated, but Superman could still accept it. After all, there was only one of them. Now that there were more than 100,000 of them, his worldview was indeed greatly impacted. Chapter 404. Barry, I heard from Thea that there are indeed a lot of aliens. They are intelligent beings like us, and they are even survivors like the citizens of the metropolis. Oliver told him some of the things he knew. He didn't know Barry's intention, so he didn't mention the specific number. The two had just met, so they didn't have much to talk about. Oliver had some reservations, and Barry wouldn't tell him what was on his mind. The two quickly moved on to other topics. Barry's imagination is not small. He can actually associate his mother's matter with aliens. Sia, who has been eavesdropping on their conversation, thought for a moment and threw this matter to the back of her mind. The one who should be worried is Reverse Lightning. It has nothing to do with me. The wedding was very warm. Although there weren't many guests, the atmosphere was very warm. Inspector Lance probably wouldn't have thought that an ordinary person like him, who had fought for the police all his life, would have brought half of the Earth's male and female superheroes to his wedding. At this time, Inspector Lance was in high spirits. He only felt that life was better than this. After the wedding, Oliver and Tommy walked together. The two friends had too much to talk about. Thea saw this scene and remembered something. She pulled Laurel, who was about to leave. Under Laurel's puzzled gaze, Thea handed her a silver-white suitcase. You know my ability, right? This is for Tommy. I didn't know how to give it to him. You can give it to him. Seeing Laurel's eyes change from puzzlement to surprise, Thea felt that she must have misunderstood. You think too much. Actually, Tommy is my half-brother. This thing was too difficult to explain. Thea felt that she would rather fight with Brainiac for 800 rounds than talk about such an embarrassing thing. It was all old Ma's fault. She vaguely glossed over the elder's matter and explained the injection to Laurel. If Tommy asks, don't say that I gave it to you. You know that the father and son's relationship is terrible. Now that things have just gotten better, if Tommy knows that his father has such a thing, the result will be very unpredictable. Laurel's not-so-smart brain thought about the relationships between them. She just wanted to say that the rich were messy. From another perspective, regardless of whether she chose Oliver or Tommy, Thea would still be her relative. Feeling a little dizzy, Thea took the suitcase and felt relieved. Like Oliver, Tommy could inject himself or give it to Laurel. It was his own choice. They were both adults, so Thea wouldn't interfere. After the wedding, the girls went shopping together. When they returned to Thea's secret base, they found that Oliver and Tommy were also there. The two of them said that they were there to learn from each other, but in fact, only they knew the meaning behind it. The girls were all in a good mood after spending a lot of money. Thanks to Star City's good public security, the increase in population naturally led to a flourishing business. Star City was already one of the few safe and stable cities. Who will win? Felicity, the only one who didn't know martial arts, bought the most things. After putting her things away, she saw the lively fight and whispered to Thea. To be honest, this was the first time that Thea saw Tommy fight seriously. With just a few glances, she knew that Tommy wasn't Oliver's opponent. After all, there was no internal force in this era, so there was no need to accumulate experience. There were only a few fighting skills. After learning them, how to use them completely depended on the individual. Death Knell's Kali martial arts were learned from the Philippines, but Thea was sure that the person who created this martial art couldn't beat Death Knell. This was the human factor. Oliver's fighting talent was extremely high. Later on, when Ninja Master gave up on Batman and wanted Green Arrow to be his successor, Oliver's personal value could be seen. Without all kinds of technological equipment, his fighting ability was only a little bit worse than Batman's. Green Arrow, as an ordinary person, was able to become the 8th most powerful person in the Justice League. It wasn't just because he was popular. His strength had been tested by history. Tommy's talent wasn't just a little bit worse than Oliver's. Even though it could be seen that Tommy had trained hard, and he had been through Blade Mountain Fire Sea Guild for more than a year in Gotham, his innate talent determined that if he didn't have any great opportunities, he would only be a second-tier hero. The most fatal thing was that Thea could see that Oliver had injected God's blood. His physical fitness alone was enough to crush Tommy. Theoretically, Oliver should be able to finish the fight in 20 moves, but of course, he couldn't treat his good brother like that. It was similar to how Thea fought him a few days ago. He slowed down a little, and the two of them seemed to have practiced quite well. Tommy turned around in the air, drew an arrow, aimed, and fired. His movements were very smooth and beautiful. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Oliver didn't take it head-on. Instead, he took a step to the left. What he didn't expect was that Tommy didn't care about his balance and shot another arrow in the air. This time, Oliver didn't have time to dodge. He could only grab the arrow with his right hand. He was still lacking experience. Thea could see that the arrow's strength and angle were perfect. Oliver was a little careless. He couldn't take it head-on. His eyes lit up with a seemingly formless yellow light. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and directly hit the arrow. Amidst the slight vibrations, the arrow disappeared into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The consequence of Tommy's arrow was that he fell straight to the ground. Oliver reached out and grabbed nothing. The two of them looked at the door at the same time. Only then did they realize that a bunch of women were watching the show. The two men were a little embarrassed. Oliver pulled Tommy up and said to Thea, "Your bass isn't bad." Yes, this was originally your bass. Of course, you think it's good." Thea looked at him speechlessly. "Oliver, what are your plans in the future?" Thea still wanted to ask his real thoughts. After all, Star City had changed a lot. There were definitely criminals, but there weren't many of them. Oliver, who had been home for a few days, also thought about this problem. His original plan was to eliminate the bad guys in his little notebook. Killing to stop killing was his belief at the moment. However, under Sia's butterfly wings, Star City had changed too quickly in the past few years. Malcolm, the big boss, had disappeared, leaving behind only a few small fries. Some had changed professions, and some had gone to other cities. It could be said that not even a third of the people in his little account book were left. Moira was in control of the city. Although her influence in the dark wasn't as strong as Malcolm's, she could still deliver messages. On the surface, Detective Lance was cracking down on criminals. In private, Shadow and Felicity were helping. Star City's public security might not be the best in the country, but it was definitely one of the best. Shadow had also warned Oliver not to kill people several times. This made the Green Arrow a little confused. He had nothing to do. Especially on Gotham's side, Barbara had returned to Batman's team, and Laurel and Tommy had returned to Star City. The four heroes, 2 men and 2 women, were staring at each other. It wasn't easy to find someone to cause trouble. Chapter 405. It was as if God had heard them. In less than a week, Shadow, who was working at the police station, brought them some good news. Finally, a baddie who wasn't afraid of death showed up in Star City. They cheered. No matter what he was here for, they would beat the shit out of him first. He's called Brick Wall. Our limited information suggests that he's been secretly gathering the underground forces of Star City. The police tried to take him down once, but he seems to have an invulnerable superpower. In the end, he managed to fight his way out. Shadow gave a brief introduction. Thea had made it clear that her current area of protection was the metropolis. Star City would be left to the four of them. Shadow, Laurel, and Tommy chose Oliver to be the leader of this small team. Oliver didn't know if he wanted to look more compatible with Shadow or if he really liked color, but he still gave himself the codename Green Arrow. Thea, who had mastered a lot of advanced technology, naturally wouldn't let Oliver fight monsters in a green cloak with panda eyes like he did in the first season of Green Arrow. His high-density Kevlar suit was as good as Batsuit, and he painted it all green at his request. His bow was a 150-pound American split hunting bow. He didn't want the high-tech skateboard arrowheads like Shadow's. He saw that Tommy had an arrowhead made by imitating Batman's hook gun, so he made a few of them himself to use on the road. The four heroes didn't let Thea join them. They rushed to their target location valiantly. Half an hour later, Thea. Come take a look at Tommy. He seems to be poisoned. Oliver hugged his friend and ran into the base, panting. Thea, who was developing a new armor with the body of the cheetah god, rushed out to check. He's poisoned, but you seem to have been shot too. Thea checked Tommy. His lips were purple and his face was pale. The wound under his ribs was bleeding black. It was obviously a gunshot wound. Oliver was shot in the shoulder too. He probably reacted quickly and leaned to the side, so the bullet grazed his shoulder. He just needed to bandage it. Why did Tommy and I get shot at the same time, but I'm fine? Oliver asked in confusion. What do you think I injected you with? It's just some poison on the bullets, humph. Thea said without turning her head. Tommy must not have been injected with God's blood, otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. Thea gently drew a line in the air with her finger, sending several mysterious runes into Tommy's body. After a while, she cast a spell and took out a light green water ball the size of a fingernail from Tommy's body. She threw it far away. Plant poison. Thea took out a bottle of solvent from her space ring. It was an antidote made by poison ivy that could cure almost all kinds of plant toxins. Now that Tommy's toxins had been removed, it would be a waste to give him such a big bottle. Thea gave him 2 drops. Seeing that his breathing had stabilized, she put him down and let him rest. Heroes. Can someone tell me what happened? After treating Tommy, Shadow and Laurel, who had taken a big detour to bring up the rear, rushed back. They all looked a little pale. Oliver and Laurel were both older than Thea, so they were a little embarrassed. Shadow whispered what had happened to them. In fact, their experience was nothing to write home about. It took them 25 minutes to rush back and forth, and less than 3 minutes to fight a real battle. They were beaten back by their opponents and driven back to their hometown. Brick Wall is that strong? Thea was in disbelief. Brick Wall in the TV series was a clown. He was so cocky every day, asking everyone to shoot him as a test of his endurance. Thea did not think that the new Green Arrow team, which was several times stronger than the original Spacetime series, could be defeated by such a simple-minded guy. We didn't fight Brick Wall, but he did use his body to block my arrows. It said that he's invulnerable. However, we were mainly defeated by a sniper. His marksmanship was extremely accurate. At least, I've never seen anyone with such good marksmanship. As the team leader, Oliver had to express his opinion. Oliver described the sniper's appearance again. Thea knew immediately. His marksmanship was very good. He had a high-tech infrared scope in his right eye. He was wearing a special bulletproof vest and had a silencer on his arm. Wasn't this guy Death Shooter? Why was he in Star City? And why was he with Brickwall? Amanda must be really busy. It was a miracle that she did not try to catch him. Oliver did not ask for her opinion. He continued, I know the woman who made the deal with Brickwall. Her code name is White Porcelain, but people who know her call her Canaway. She is the leader of the Triad. Sia's brain spun several times before she remembered who this person was. It was not her fault for having a bad memory. This person was really a minor character, and he was the kind of person who did not commit any major crimes but had committed a lot of minor crimes. She turned on the city's surveillance and pulled up the video of their battle. Looking at the white-haired Asian woman, Thea pursed her lips. Her skills looked mediocre. However, Brickwall, White Porcelain, and Death Shooter's team composition was very reasonable. Brickwall took the damage from the front, White Porcelain with 2 short knives in her hands, and Death Shooter, who was a powerful long-range attacker. Compared to their team composition, Green Arrow's team was much weaker. 3 of them were archers, and there was also Laurel, who was just a bystander. It was not a loss for them to be defeated by the opponent. Moreover, Green Arrow's role in this team was not reflected. He lacked cooperation with the others. Obviously, they were stronger overall, but they were still defeated. The problem of cooperation was what Green Arrow's team lacked the most. Do you need my help? Thea felt that they probably did not need it, but she still asked. Oliver did not let her down. He immediately waved his hand. No need. We can solve it. What a joke. Green Arrow felt that if he was reduced to the point where he had to rely on his sister, he would not be a hero. He should just go back to Purgatory Island and fish with Yao Fei. Thea nodded silently. She did not participate too much in this matter. She watched as the others pulled Tommy, who had just woken up, to the side to practice. She continued to work on her armor. In her eyes, the brick wall was just a paper wall that could be kicked down with a single kick. Judging from his genes, this person should be a little mutated. However, his strong body also came with some side effects. There was something wrong with his brain. Green Arrow could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. There was really no need for her to worry. Her good days did not last long. Trouble came to her the next day. Miss, you may not know me, but Boss Merlin asked me to ask you for help, a middle-aged man with a somewhat valiant temperament said respectfully to her. I know you. I went to your bar to drink. Something happened to Malcolm. Thea narrowed her eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. Chapter 406. The middle-aged man was Malcolm's henchman. He was the owner of the bar Thea went to when she was drunk. He had left Star City with Malcolm a few years ago and they had never met again. Although she did not know the man's name, Thea knew who he was. Yeah, you really have good eyesight. The middle-aged man reached out and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He usually had the courage to fight with more than 10 people alone, but now he was completely defeated by Sia's scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't explain why, but it was fear. What the hell is going on? Malcolm asked as he wandered around the world in confusion. To be honest, Thea was a little worried about him. This world was too complicated. He was almost invincible in Star City, but he was not safe in the outside world. The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and told her everything he knew. Get to the point. Do you understand the point? Sia suppressed her impatience and listened to the middle-aged man talk for 5 minutes about what Malcolm had been through. He talked about how they had cut off the gangsters' fingers to get information, and how they had been chased all over the city by the local gangs. The middle-aged man rambled on for a long time but did not get to the point. We did not find anything important. Our boss did not contact me once every 7 days as we agreed. That's why I came to find you. The middle-aged man got to the point, and Thea breathed a sigh of relief. Malcolm's henchman was loyal, but his ability was not. You know about my relationship with your boss, right? Yes, you are father and daughter. That makes things easier. Do you know who Malcolm was in contact with in the end? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. I think he was looking for the leader of a brotherhood. Thea was speechless. There were many brotherhood groups in America, such as the Defias Brotherhood in the game and the Mutant Brotherhood in Marvel Next Door. The big ones could turn the world upside down, and the small ones were just a group of otakus. The Haitian Brotherhood. It's in a small bar in New York. The middle-aged man finally gave Thea a specific target. The Haitian Brotherhood. Is that where Midnight Daddy lives? Thea asked in confusion. Young Miss is wise. That's right, this is the place. The middle-aged man flattered. Father Midnight was a famous voodoo sorcerer in the dark world. He was both friend and foe to Constantine. He was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. He was more like an information broker in the magic world. Thea had also spent a lot of effort to investigate the current mages, such as the infamous Constantine, Satana, the Grand Mages and Grand Alchemists of the Cold Flame Church, and naturally, this included Father Midnight. She had investigated them one by one. It had to be said that this was the end of the magic era. The glory of magic was far away, and technological products were everywhere. The amount of magic in the natural environment was extremely low, and magic had been reduced to an awkward state similar to martial arts. You don't need to accumulate, or rather, you can't accumulate at all. As long as you know the incantation, it's fine. Your spells aren't that powerful, and mine aren't that powerful either. There were powerful spells in the books, but not many people had the magic power to cast them. The most obvious example was Constantine. He drank, gambled, and smoked marijuana every day. He had never seriously meditated, but his spells were comparable to those of the Grand Mages of the Cold Flame Church. He was smart and quick-witted, but the other side was not much stronger than him. Thea had once peeped at Mr. E of the Cold Flame Church from a very long distance. This Grand Mage who never revealed his real name to prevent divination curses was 1,000 times more diligent than Constantine. He didn't eat in the morning. He changed his clothes and practiced tantric yoga. At noon, he practiced a kind of astral vision from the ancient Indian Sakti sect. At night, he even practiced the Taoists' 3 flowers at once acupoint and 5 chi circulation. He practiced everything that was related to meditation. When Thea saw this scene, she burst out laughing. If it was in ancient times, practicing like this would definitely be suicidal. The speed of death was even faster than cutting one's throat with a knife. But in modern society, magic power was too scarce. Other than practicing until he became blind, the old man didn't have any great achievements. In the end, this diligent man was defeated by Constantine, who didn't practice magic. His soul was sealed in the sword, and he became a fake old man. From this point, it was not unreasonable to know that magic practitioners were rare in today's society. Every one of them practiced until they were exhausted. It was no exaggeration to say that in another 100 years, magic would completely enter the storybooks and become the existence of children's ravings. This was also the reason why Thea targeted Shah Zahn and Black Adam instead of these people. There were too many impurities in their magic power. Instead of absorbing their magic power and spending a lot of effort to convert it, it would be better to spend a few days in the sun and grow faster. As for the Midnight Daddy that the middle-aged man mentioned, Thea didn't care too much about him. Cold Flame and the others were still thinking about reviving the glory of ancient magic, but this guy was leading a group of street thugs to mark out a territory in the slums of New York to collect protection fees. Even if he had some hidden strength, it was limited. Under the middle-aged man's strange gaze, Thea's gaze left Star City and went straight to New York to search for this Midnight Daddy. After a little effort, Thea finally found this information dealer. At this time, Midnight Daddy was bare-chested, wearing a black trench coat full of bits and pieces, holding a cookery knife in his hand. His dark face was saying something to his subordinates. There was a bit of magic reaction. It was him. Thea set up a soundproof enchantment in her office, opened a blue portal, grabbed Midnight Daddy's collar, and pulled him from New York to Star City under the horrified gaze of his subordinates. Now that Thea's magic power had greatly increased, compared to the day when she rescued the former Minister of National Defense, her skills were also much more delicate. She no longer had the feeling of wanting to die after just one teleportation. Midnight Daddy's face suddenly changed. Although his face was extremely ugly, he still struggled to get up and waved his cookery knife fiercely, guarding against the enemy's attack. Unfortunately, he waved for a long time, but the two people in the room didn't show any reaction. Old Ma's loyal subordinates were scared silly. How did this person jump out? His view of the world was shattered into pieces. Thea, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. She just wanted to ask a question, but this person was a bit overreacting. His knife was dancing so fiercely that water couldn't be spilled. She was going to wait for him to calm down first. At the same time, Thea couldn't help but complain, this guy was actually a black person. She had been in contact with too many black people. Midnight Daddy's wrists were sore from dancing, but the enemy didn't attack. Only then did he divert his attention to look around. The window was brightly lit. This was obviously a spacious office, and looking at the buildings outside the window, the floors were not low. In the room, there was a middle-aged man with a demented appearance and a cool office beauty. Midnight Daddy's head was a bit dizzy. This environment was not in line with his world at all. Did he forget to take his medicine in the morning? Why did he come here? Chapter 407. When Midnight's father calmed down, he quickly found the problem. This woman was too calm. She ignored his sudden appearance, ignored the bloody knife in his hand, and even ignored his fierce appearance. Considering all these factors, he had to come to the conclusion that it was this woman who had dragged him here. Just by looking at her with his eyes, he could only feel that this woman was extremely beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. But when he used the voodoo secret technique to investigate, he was shocked. This person's magic power was so strong that it seemed fake. In this big environment, there was such a powerful spellcaster. Midnight's father suspected that the other party had used a camouflage. It was no wonder that he couldn't see through her. It was just like how humans couldn't see through gods. Although they both used magic power, Sia's life level was already higher than these spellcasters from Earth, not to mention her combat power when using magic. The transformation of divine power made her not leak a trace of magic power, and these spellcasters had mortal bodies. From the energy reaction, they were all like moving torches. Thin skin and big fillings, one shot to take them down. Today, Constantine despised this person who picked up the ring and mocked the person who took the cloak. In fact, he was envious in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Shazan's magic power. Who are you? Tell me the truth. Midnight's father felt uncomfortable when Thea looked at him as if he cherished animals. He took out a small piece of dried human jawbone from his jacket pocket and made a sound like some kind of reptile scream, trying to influence Thea's will. Thea scornfully sneered. She brainwashed this and hinted at that every day. She didn't expect that one day, someone would come to brainwash her. Look into my eyes, you demon bastard of God knows how many generations. This guy had some demon blood in him, but it was very thin. Thea didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She asked directly and threw him back. The Eye of Horus didn't add energy, but it was a complete emotional impact. The pale yellow eyes directly met Midnight's nervous eyes. The voodoo immediately lost its effect. Even a mixed demon could not withstand the strong emotional impact. No one was immune to fear. A large number of scenes that only appeared in nightmares surged into his heart. Father Midnight's willpower was quickly disintegrating. Just as Thea was about to ask, the trembling Midnight Papa took out a small charcoal figurine from his shirt. It was a simple action, but it took him half a minute to complete. Thea could have stopped him, but in order to see the magic of voodoo, she did not take any further action. Midnight wanted to crush the statue, but his entire body was trembling like a sieve. His hands had no strength at all. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his white teeth were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His two hands gripped the statue tightly, and he had to use all his strength to break the statue. A light green breeze that mortals couldn't see swirled around his body. Sweating profusely, he finally escaped from the nightmare. However, due to the intense physical exhaustion, he couldn't stand up for a while. Good move. Thea's eyes lit up a little. The other party didn't eliminate it, nor did he resist it. Instead, it seemed like he had transferred his emotional energy away. Thinking of the many ways that voodoo and shamans had in common, Thea's mental impact was most likely transferred to places like the ancestral mausoleum. Others were deceiving their fathers, but this guy was deceiving his ancestors. Why are you looking for me? Midnight Papa was completely honest, especially after he used his trump card. He found that Thea was sitting on the high chair calmly. Her white jade-like fingers were still twirling the pen. She didn't take him seriously at all. If it was any other time, he would have already called for his underlings to draw their swords and kill him. But now, he couldn't see through Thea's depth. He wasn't a brave and fearless person. He had already decided that no matter what, he would bow his head and admit defeat. I'd like to ask you something. Have you seen a man named Malcolm Merlin in the past few days? Thea's attitude was very good. It could even be said that she was calm, just like how she expressed sympathy for the disaster victims in the metropolis. But this attitude made Midnight Papa almost vomit blood. He thought that she had a big grudge. He was prepared to bow his head and apologize, but it turned out that she just wanted to ask for information. Teleportation and mental impact, just for this small matter. I have a phone in the bar. Can't you call and ask? He was unhappy, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He had been wandering between black and white for many years. He was already past the age of hot-bloodedness. He thought for a while. I don't think I took over. I need to go back and ask my men. Theo was very easy to talk to. Okay, I'll give you half an hour to help me ask. Thank you. His words were polite, but his actions were not polite at all. Sia opened another portal behind him and pushed Midnight, who was covered in sweat, back into the portal. What the hell? Midnight Papa only felt that countless fragments of space flashed in front of his eyes. After a tenth of a second, he bid farewell to the white and spacious office and returned to his dark basement. The only difference was that he was sitting on a chair. Now, he was leaning against the wall. Papa, you. The hooligan who reported to him before didn't leave. He stared blankly at the invincible voodoo king in his heart. He disappeared with a whoosh and appeared again with a whoosh. Could it be that the boss had finally mastered his divine ability? His underling was dumbfounded. Midnight Papa was also stunned. After a while, he realized that he was back. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that this basement that was full of the smell of blood and the howling of ghosts from time to time was really familiar. Fortunately, he himself was a magician. He didn't think that the previous scene was a dream. After thinking about it, he remembered that he had heard of Malcolm Merlin, but he had never seen him before. He woke his underlings up with two big mouths and asked them to immediately ask around. Whether this person had been here before, what he had said, the time, the place, the person's purpose, everything was clear. Midnight Papa worked in intelligence and had an excellent memory. He finally summarized the information of his underlings and thought back and forth about the benefits that today's matter could bring him. He sat alone in the basement and waited. When the agreed half hour was up, the dark blue energy door stood in front of him. Thea didn't violently pull him in this time, but made an inviting gesture. Midnight Papa took a deep breath and walked in calmly. When he returned to the office, the middle-aged man from before had already gone to rest. Only Thea sat there alone. The savior of the metropolis, Dr. Quinn. You're not as weak as the newspapers reported. You've deceived everyone. You're the most powerful spellcaster I've ever seen. Midnight Papa was in the intelligence business. Thea now appeared in newspapers and magazines every day. There were not many people who didn't know her. It was just that Midnight Papa didn't associate the two of them before. They were not on the same level at all. What president? This was too far from his world. Chapter 408. The series of attacks had stunned him. Not to mention Thea, even if the president was standing in front of him, he might not be able to recognize her. But half an hour later, he calmed down. The truth was a little scary, but Thea was indeed someone he often saw in the newspapers and on TV. He flipped through a few newspapers. Smart and determined, calm in the face of danger, calm and collected, but there was not a single word about her being a supernatural. Father Midnight was so angry that he burned the newspapers in his hands. They were all liars. Those who appeared in the newspapers were liars, and those who wrote the newspapers were also liars. The most infuriating thing was that he had always believed in them. However, knowing Thea's true identity was of no help to his current situation. As a Haitian illegal immigrant, he could not call the police to arrest a billionaire with great influence in politics, business, and the military. In the end, he would end up in a bloody battle with the New York police in the streets until dawn. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to step through the portal and become an honest intelligence reporter. But before he spoke, he still pointed out Thea's identity in an attempt to salvage some of the disadvantages. Thea was indifferent. There were many people who knew her identity, and there would only be more and more in the future. She did not expect to hide it forever. Father Midnight was a guy without a residence permit, birth certificate, or payment record. It was impossible for him to report her to the media. Ordinary people in the magic world were assumed to be separated by a high wall, so there was nothing to worry about. Realizing that his words did not cause any psychological fluctuations in Thea, Father Midnight stopped cursing and told her what he knew. Croydon's compass. Thea crossed her arms and thought about the information Father Midnight told her. The voodoo warlock did not know how much Thea knew about the magic item. He explained in a low voice, the compass was made by an old bastard called Angus Croydon in the 1930s. He was a scumbag who died in the sewers. But it was said that his compass could find all magic items in the world. The most important thing was that ordinary people could use it. Old Midnight told Thea everything he knew. Thea felt that this item was a bit exaggerated. If it was really as heaven-defying as it was described, it was not something that an old magician who had died on the street could have made. You mean to say that Malcolm Merlin was looking for this compass at that time? Then he went missing. Yes, my information only showed that the compass was in Norway. After the deal was completed, he left New York. Even though Midnight's father wanted to be firm, he didn't have enough confidence. In the end, he was still a little humble. This old mod just couldn't stay idle. Back then, Thea tricked him into searching for his roots and ancestors, just to avoid a conflict between him and Green Arrow. She didn't expect that the old man had such a talent for detective. Relying on a mess of clues, he forcibly took a step from the world of ordinary people to the world of magic. Unsurprisingly, he was trapped in a small area. Thea did not feel the loss of her bloodline, and with Malcolm's resourcefulness and agility, she should not be in any danger for the time being. However, it would be hard to say if things went on like this. The local tyrant of Europe's magic world was the Cold Flame Church. It was a small sect that the four great wizards had founded together decades ago. However, the doctrine had become increasingly distorted and had become somewhat of a cult. The four founders were Mr. E, whom Thea had once spied on from a distance and practiced 18 kinds of meditation techniques a day until he went blind. Zatanna Zatara's father, the great wizard Giovanni Zatara, was said to be the direct descendant of Da Vinci. However, the old man had been dead for many years, and Zatanna was traveling the world to perform magic shows. As for the remaining two, one was the great wizard Sargon, and the other was the master alchemist Tanarak. These few were not like Midnight's father, who was a veteran of magic for decades. Thea could spy on them from a distance, but it was a bit impossible for her to open a portal and drag them out like she had caught Midnight. Voodoo was strangely stronger than magic, but defense had always been their weakness. Midnight's father was tortured by Thea. It was not that he was weak, but that Thea was strong. After all, magic was a systematic subject. Attacking arrays and defensive barriers were all necessary knowledge. It would be even more difficult to capture someone in their lair, which was heavily guarded and covered with countless defensive barriers, than to attack them by force. Thea opened a portal for Midnight's father. She did not say anything, but her meaning was very clear. It was none of his business, so he could go and rest. Who knew that Midnight thought for a few seconds on the spot. May I ask, where are you going to find people next? Switzerland, the headquarters of the Cold Flame Vatican, Thea said indifferently, as if she was not going to the cult's nest, but to the neighbor's house. Midnight's father only felt that he was too witty. From Thea's tone, he knew that she had nothing to do with the Cold Flame. Moreover, seeing her domineering, questioning him, the possibility of the two sides fighting was as high as 90%. That. Can I go with you? You still don't know, right? The current doctrine of the Cold Flame is to eradicate all magic users and collect all magic equipment. Theo looked at Midnight's father from top to bottom. This information dealer's magic was very abundant, only slightly inferior to Mr. E and the others. According to Thea's own comparison, his magic level was slightly inferior to her before she absorbed the talisman of Isis. Although he had practiced for many years, if converted to the ancient times where magic was abundant, it was the level of an ordinary mage who meditated for 10 years. The only drawback was that there were too many impurities in his magic. Every time he used his magic, it would cause a burden on his body. After a long time, it was not rare to directly die while practicing. This was reflected in his lack of stamina in battle. He had to rest after using 2 big moves. If he did not rest, the magic in his body would cause him to faint from the pain. Midnight's father was a little anxious as he waited for a reply. Unexpectedly, Thea changed the topic and asked him another question. Are you willing to be my subordinate? Your body is full of hidden dangers. I can help you, and I can even help you improve further. Thea felt that this guy was a magic user. Together with Death Knell, it would not be too difficult for the two of them to control the Dark World's intelligence network. It was similar to how she dealt with Death Knell. She threw out a fake yellow ring and Midnight's father subconsciously caught it. 2 days later, I will lead a team to Switzerland. You can consider it. Wear the ring and you can talk. Of course, if you refuse, the ring will fly back to me. Thea finished speaking and threw him into the teleportation door with a magician's hand. 2 days. Sitting alone in the basement, Midnight's father quietly looked at the ring in his hand. Needless to say, this ring was not easy to wear. There were too many ways to control others in witchcraft. If he put himself in someone else's shoes, he felt that the price would not be small. The desire for power and the importance of his life made him hesitate. Should he choose to ignore Thea and continue to live, or should he take a gamble? Midnight's father did not make up his mind until dawn. Chapter 409. Thea sent the guest away and immediately summoned Death Knell and Poison Ivy. She asked them to take 300 mercenaries to Switzerland, where the headquarters of the Cold Flame Church was located deep in the Alps. Contact with the Sky Eye Society was becoming more frequent. All kinds of black technology equipment were secretly taken out in the name of the committee. That's right. Thea was cautious and prepared for both sides. The other side was reasonable and would answer all her questions. The probability of this happening was very small. The rest was to beat the other side into submission. If the other side had any resentment, she would directly kill them. A group of cultists, no matter how she looked at it, would not help the future of the Earth at all. If the other side lacked magic and attack power, she would directly crush them. If the magic was strange and secretive, she would use black technology to force them. When it was close to the end of the day, the assistant reported to her, "A Mr. Barry Allen wants to see you." Thea did not know that Oliver had told Barry a lot about her. She just felt surprised that he would come to see her for no reason. Let him in. 3 minutes later, Barry Allen, who was a bit familiar with Thea, greeted her. She had to admit that this man was really charming. It was not his appearance that was charming, but his temperament was very outstanding. Thea had seen a lot of superheroes, and Barry's temperament was like a big boy with sunshine. Different from the sunshine Superman, Superman had a kind of radiant temperament. According to Luthor's words, Superman was like God walking on Earth. You would not think that he would eat, sleep, chat, or do other mundane things. You could only feel his tolerance of all things. Barry was much more amiable than Superman. The two of them chatted casually for a while and their relationship was greatly improved. "I heard from Ollie that you are in charge of the alien project. Is it true? Are there really aliens in the world?" Barry felt that they were almost done chatting and finally got to his topic. Thea was a little surprised. She did not expect that he was thinking about aliens. What if he was hot-blooded and drove an alien spaceship to the universe to find the murderer of his mother? Would she still want this timeline? She had to dispel his idea. Thea did not want to face hundreds of lightning bolts in the cracks of time. Thea turned her office computer 180 degrees. These are the 7 alien races that have landed on Earth. I can't tell you where they are. Their body composition, blood concentration, living habits, we've done a rough calculation. I can show it to you. Barry Allen took over the laptop. He didn't even bother to express his gratitude as he looked at it carefully. Although he wasn't as good as Batman and Luthor, he had a lot of knowledge, and it didn't look like he was struggling with the data. The more he looked, the more he frowned. Barry felt that these aliens were too weak. Judging from the data, some of the aliens were not even as strong as the humans on Earth. This was too different from what he had imagined before coming here, where they could fly and burrow into the ground. "Dr. Quinn, do you think there might be an alien that has transcended the constraints of the body and moved around like lightning?" Thea waved her hand casually. "You and my brother are friends. Just call me Thea. As for your question, I can only say that it's impossible. The body is the foundation. No matter how small a creature is, even if it's a microorganism, it has a form. We live in a material world. This is the conclusion drawn by countless generations of human scientists. Please don't blaspheme it." Looking at Thea's serious face, Barry, who was also a scientific researcher, was in awe. This was the real demeanor of a scholar. For a moment, he felt that he was a bit stubborn. In fact, Thea secretly criticized herself. As a magic user, she pretended to be a scientist and talked about the great power of modern science. She was also helpless. The power of speed itself was against the rules of physics. Not to mention herself, even Newton couldn't explain it clearly. As for the lightning you mentioned, it's even against the laws of physics. As fast as lightning, it's just an adjective. It's too fast. Air friction alone can't solve the problem. So the situation you said is not caused by aliens. You have to be confident. Aliens are not stronger than us. Now, if the aliens on Earth don't have our help, none of them will survive. Don't believe the nonsense in those movies. Subconsciously, you automatically put the aliens in a very strong place. This is not right. In order to dispel Barry Allen's idea, Thea belittled the aliens. In her words, the hundreds of thousands of aliens were no different from Syrian refugees. If they were happy, they would be given something to eat. If they were unhappy, they would go up and kick them. Barry was a little confused. Were aliens so bad? Although he was kind, his identity as an Earthling still made him proud. When he heard Thea's speech advocating the invincibility of Earthlings, he didn't feel any disgust. Feeling that the doubts in his heart had been solved, he directly said goodbye and left. After pretending to be a believer of the Church of Science for half a day and fooling Barry Allen, Thea began to busy herself with other things. She didn't know how many days the trip to Europe would take. The affairs of the committee could be handled at any time. The heroes here in Star City still needed her to make some preparations. Each of them was given a portable energy defense ring. When it was activated, it could withstand the attack of an M4A1 magazine or 3 rifle grenades. Tommy returned from being poisoned and learned his lesson. Although he didn't know where the god's blood and gene optimization fluid came from, he still started to inject them. She was afraid that they would be seriously injured and she wouldn't be able to treat them in time. She also prepared a healing arrow for each of them. The arrow barrel contained a large amount of nutrients and a small amount of adrenaline. Even if they were poisoned or seriously injured, no matter what, they would still be able to run back on their own. 2 days later, Thea activated the advanced invisibility spell on Merlin's sword and went to Switzerland alone to meet up with Death Knell and the others. In the end, Midnight Daddy couldn't resist the temptation of power and put on the Replicolight ring. The emotional energy helped him to clear the excess magic impurities in his body. It seemed that the total amount of magic was reduced by 1/3. In fact, the magic application was more flexible and varied. Many witchcraft that required skills in the past could now be performed. It could be said that his strength had increased by a lot. Not bad. How are the preparations of our people? Theo looked at Midnight Daddy and nodded to express her approval. She then turned to ask Death Knell. Death Knell was the best at killing and arson in other people's homes. After many years of being a mercenary, he had heard a little about the Cold Flame Vatican. In his opinion, these people who played with magic were nothing much. Moreover, he had brought along elite soldiers with the best weapons in the world. Death Knell's expression couldn't be seen through the red and black mask, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Good. Let's go. Remember, we are here to ask questions. Pay attention to your etiquette. Thea pulled Poison Ivy and Midnight Daddy into her invisibility spell. She looked at the 300 soldiers armed to the teeth outside the tent. There were 5 sets of exoskeleton armor and 2 M270 multi-barrel rocket launchers. Chapter 410. Thea's subordinates didn't really believe her so-called etiquette. Death Knell snorted, Poison Ivy chuckled, and Father Midnight thought of his own experience and looked at the valley in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. Under the cover of the night, the group walked very quietly. The multi-barreled rocket launchers were left at the campsite. Its attack range was enough to hit the cultists. Thea didn't want the normal mercenaries to know of her existence, so the scene was completely under Death Knell's command. She made it clear that they were going to exterminate the cultists. The mercenaries didn't reject this mission. They could kill the good guys and beat the bad guys as long as they paid. The people of the Cold Flame Church might be good at magic, but when it came to building their base, they weren't even considered amateurs. Plus, they were used to being arrogant. They were the only ones who found trouble with others, no one ever found trouble with them. The group was vigilant for a long time, but there wasn't even a night patrol. The cultists occupied an ancient medieval castle. It was made of bricks and the thick wooden door gave off a historical vibe. At least, Thea felt that it was more than enough to film a night legend. Go knock on the door. Death Knell finally remembered Thea's order to pay attention to etiquette. He pointed at one of his subordinates and said in a low voice. The subordinate was a little confused. Usually, in such a situation, didn't they throw a grenade and then kick open the door and kill their way in? Now that they were fully armed, they had to knock on someone's door. Although he was puzzled, the subordinate didn't dare to disobey Death Knell's order. He went up awkwardly and knocked on the wooden door of the ancient castle. Theo looked at the scene of her men nervously aiming their rifles at the door and almost laughed out loud. If the people inside shouted, "Who is it?" and the people outside said, "Send warmth," it would be even more heartwarming. Unfortunately, the people inside seemed to be dead. The mercenaries knocked on the door for 2 minutes but no one made a sound. Others couldn't see Thea, but they could still see her with their imitation light rings. Death Knell gave Thea a look. What should they do next? Activate our Italian cannon, no, M270 multi-barreled rocket launchers. Fire 2 shots first. Thea said through the light rings. They looked at her blankly. Was this what you meant by etiquette? Death Knell nodded silently. There was no such word as fear in his dictionary. He gestured for his men to leave before taking out his walkie-talkie and ordering the M270 at the rear to blast open the door with 2 shots. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 M26A1 long-range rocket launchers, leaving behind a trail of red flames, directly hit the wooden door. When the rocket was only 2 centimeters away from the wooden door, a metallic copper light flashed, and the rocket was directly blocked. The violent explosion made the copper light flash desperately. When the smoke dissipated, everyone found that the door was intact, as if the 2 rockets had never appeared. The magic defense here was quite intelligent. Thea's interest was piqued. Knocking on doors wasn't affected, but when the energy reached a certain level, it would activate defensive magic. She had to admit that the original designer was a genius. However, it was impossible to stop Thea with just these 2 moves. Did you see that? The metallic luster on the door has dimmed significantly. Continue attacking. Thea ordered Death Knell. The M270 carried 12 rockets. Death Knell continued to order the rear to fire. At the same time, the mercenaries who carried anti-tank missiles also ordered them to fire freely. They didn't need to be restricted to the door. The opponent's defense barrier was a hole, so they could hit anywhere. In an instant, all kinds of rockets, missiles, grenades, and incendiary bombs were launched. The Cold Flame Vatican's defense barrier was indeed extraordinary. It could even be called an outstanding piece of art. However, the masters focused their attention on the spellcasters and ignored the crystallization of human technology. If Thea were to attack their barrier by herself, she would need to spend a lot of time to identify the magic array, analyze, and crack it. Even with the help of the Eye of Horus, she would need half a day to tear open a hole in the barrier. However, now that she was leading a large army, there was no need for her to waste her time. Those missiles and rockets were only a few $100,000 USD. She spent millions a day researching power armors, so this amount of money was nothing. The ultimate masterpiece of human magic, the last piece of technology, the almost impenetrable enchantment, was finally broken by a group of soldiers. The heavy wooden door was blown to pieces. Death Knell held a grenade launcher in his left hand and a long sword in his right. He was the first to walk in. The group walked through a corridor that was not too long and came to the front yard. The night was here, and the low trees around were blown by the breeze. There was a murderous aura in the dark, and they could faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the building. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They had just come in. Was there another group of passionate guests inside? Regardless of whether there was a fight or a dance party inside, it had nothing to do with Thea. She was here to get information. She signaled everyone to continue walking. With a click sound, the floor in the middle of the front yard quickly flipped up. Under the twisting of the mechanism, a white jade statue of a middle-aged man as tall as a person slowly rose up. The statue was wearing a top hat and a suit. He held a cane in his left hand, and his right arm was stretched out at shoulder level. His 5 fingers were spread open, and he faced everyone from afar. Isofer. The voice of the statue sounded hollow and powerless, as if it were coming from somewhere underground. Although the voice was weak, the effect was surprisingly good. Many of the mercenaries took more than 10 steps back, and some even walked to the door in one breath. The originally neat formation was suddenly messed up. Death Knell and Midnight's father each took a step back. One of them relied on his willpower, while the other relied on magic to stabilize their bodies. Unknown vines crawled out from Poison Ivy's feet and firmly held onto her ankle. She did not take a step back. Thea also felt the unknown energy affecting her judgment. But now that her magic willpower had reached an extremely high level, she was able to break free from the magic's influence with a little effort. Irony magic. Thea could not help but look at the statue. If she was not wrong, this should be Zatanna's father. She did not know what method he used, but he actually left a trace of his mental strength and a small amount of magic in the statue, which was used to defend against all non-members of the Vatican. This spell was really ingenious. Magic was actually the power of language at the beginning. The father and daughter's irony magic had developed this subject to the extreme, and they had also created a new interpretation of it. With the help of magic, the impossible became possible, and the illusory became reality. This was the magical version of using 4 tails to achieve 1,000 caddies. A talent born 1,000 years later, Thea sighed. This guy lived in the Middle Ages, an era when the natural environment was still filled with magic. His achievements might not be lower than Merlin's. She did not know if Zatanna's father had developed the irony magic himself. She only remembered that Constantine and Nightmare Nurse could also use a few sentences. Judging from this, it should not be a bloodline magic. The old man should have some notes in the Vatican, right? After she finished her questioning, should she ask for the notes for reference? Chapter 411. The matter of reference could be done later. A group of people being forced to retreat by a statue was not something to be proud of. Some mercenaries suggested taking a detour and climbing over the wall from the side. Death Knell shook his head and rejected the suggestion. He had no sense of honor, but Thea did not think that she could be forced to retreat by the statue. She gave Death Knell a few instructions in the ring. When everyone was far away, Death Knell instructed the mercenaries to go forward one by one to test the power of the statue. Bullets were useless, so they were rejected directly. People ran faster and walked slower, but it was useless. Without exception, they were all forced to retreat. They wanted to consume the magic power of the statue, but Thea found that the other party had expected this. There was a magic circle at the bottom of the statue that could draw magic power from the earth continuously. If they wanted to exhaust the magic power, they would have to flatten at least half of the valley. Interesting. In a place where the soldiers could not see, Thea stood up directly. Irony magic was indeed powerful, but it was too inflexible to only say, no, over and over again. In terms of understanding of magic, Thea was not as good as Zatanna's father, but her means were not limited to magic. She could reject material energy and magic, but how could she reject emotions? Fear. A large amount of emotional energy shot out from Thea's eyes. Not only did she want to destroy the statue, she also wanted to observe the internal workings of the statue and use this opportunity to spy on the mystery of irony magic. The guardians of OUA could not reject fear, the gods could not reject it, and as a mortal, it was even more impossible for them to reject it. The ground where the statue was standing trembled slightly, and fine cracks spread all over its body. The statue's stretched out right hand directly broke 3 fingers, but it barely withstood Thea's first wave of emotional attack. Was it because the statue itself was not a living body? Thea understood a little, but so what? Fear covered all materials. Stones may not feel fear, but the trace of spirit left by the great magician could feel it. No one could reject fear. The second wave of impact, mixed with Thea's magic power and fear, directly crushed the statue's weak resistance. The jade statue's right hand was blown into pieces, and the remaining spiritual power was wiped out by the huge emotional impact. The invisible aura of the statue disappeared in an instant, and the jade statue seemed to be stained with a layer of light ink. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a pile of debris. It was destroyed so quickly. Thea hadn't even seen 30% of the statue before it broke. Needless to say, it must have been left behind by the old man. When the dust settled, Thea covered her nose and walked in gloomily. The mercenaries could not see this invisible confrontation, they only felt that the statue had mysteriously exploded on its own. Under Death Knell's reprimand, they regrouped and rushed into the courtyard. The atrium was much wider than the vestibule, and the ground was laid out very neatly. It could be seen that the original owner of the castle had used this place as a training ground. Not far away, there were a few archery targets and straw figurines used for training. However, these things had now been moved away. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of evil cult members wearing red robes with their arms exposed. Their faces and bodies were full of decorative patterns, and they were killing each other. Thea originally thought that this group of people was very diligent, practicing martial arts without sleeping at night, but after looking at them for 3 seconds, she knew that she was wrong. There were already more than a dozen people lying on the ground, and there were still people joining the ranks, becoming quiet corpses. Among the crowd, there were 4 people who were particularly eye-catching. A brown-skinned woman with a nose ring was attacking an old man with a long beard. Another guy, who was as thin as a stick, was holding a red sword with his shirt open. He was fiercely slashing Mr. E, who was practicing so hard that his glasses were blinded. It was not difficult to tell that the woman and the thin man were in the same group, and the old man and Mr. E were in the same group. However, Thea had seen the photos of the 3 people before. Other than the dead Zatanna's father, they were the remaining 3 founders. But where did this woman with a nose ring come from? Are you the one who released the charm pheromone? Thea and the other 300 people entered the courtyard and found that this group of people was in full swing, and no one was paying attention to them, so they asked Poison Vine with some doubts. I don't even know them. How could it be me? Poison Vine rolled her beautiful eyes. That was strange. Thea could not figure out what they were doing. Based on the principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, she thought that she might as well ask them after they finished fighting. The 300 people were prepared to watch the show. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, although the other party was a cult member who had lost their minds, they were not blind. The people holding the machetes could not help but be attracted to them. In fact, it was impossible for so many of them not to be noticed. They all swaggered in, and in order to ensure that they were strong enough, there were also 5 mercenaries who had undergone genetic clinical experiments. They deliberately put on the exoskeleton armor newly developed by the committee. Excluding Thea, Batman, and Luther who had cheats, the exoskeleton armor was the latest equipment developed by human scientists, which incorporated alien technology. The exoskeleton armor was not strengthened in other aspects, but it was equipped with a Vulcan cannon in each hand, and the ammunition it carried with it was enough for them to fire at full capacity for 10 minutes. The committee made a total of 10 sets, and now Thea brought 5 of them to the cult's lair under the pretext of testing their performance. The 5 sets of exoskeleton armor were extremely heavy, and when they walked on the ground, they made a dong-dong sound. There were many torches in the atrium, and the light from the fire reflected on the black metal creation, making it even more breathtaking. The cult members slowly quieted down and stood on 2 sides. Those who were not clear-headed stood in front, gritting their teeth, and those who had some intelligence hid behind the human wall. The 4 people in the center of the battle were relatively clear-headed. They looked at each other, and there was only one meaning in their eyes. Are these the reinforcements you found? However, they found that their eyes were full of confusion, which confused the 4. An old man with a long beard and a white headscarf, dressed like an Indian, was seriously injured. His purple eyes flashed as he tried to find an opportunity to escape. Mr. E, who was blind, knew the truth better because his astral vision allowed him to see Thea and the other 2 in a high-level state of invisibility. He was a little afraid of Midnight's ink-black magic power, but he felt that he could win with a little effort. Poison Ivy was a mass of green energy under his astral vision. There was no circulation in her body and no blood flow. Was she a human? Was she some kind of summoned creature? Such a strange life form made him a little uncertain. As for Thea, who was in the middle, she was a living source of magic power in his eyes, a bottomless well. She looked calm on the surface, but when she was angry, no one could withstand it. Such a powerful force made Mr. E a little confused. Although he could feel Thea's breathing and heartbeat, he felt that she was not human. Was she an angel from the upper world? The blind old man, Mr. E, automatically stood at the end. He was ready to let a few of his former companions test the strength of this group of people. Chapter 4:12. Both of them stepped back for their own reasons. The woman with the nose ring and the tall and thin man looked at each other. The tall and thin man also stepped back quietly and signaled the woman with the nose ring to go forward and ask the question. What are you here for? The girl didn't know what the old men were afraid of. She stood out fearlessly and questioned them sternly. She seemed to be the leader, Death Null. TSK. Thea took a few glances. This guy was definitely a non-mainstream. His skin was as rough as sandpaper. His nose piercing, eyebrow piercing and lip piercing were all over his body. There were even more shiny accessories on his body that jingled as he walked. His clothes were either torn during the fight or they were originally like that. They hung on his body in tatters. His brown skin gave off a vicious aura under the firelight. We are here to ask for information. There is a person called. Death Null was interrupted by the nose-pierced girl before he could finish his sentence. You came here to look for someone. Ha! She laughed heartily, and the cultists who supported her around her all grinned as well. We only have dead people here. The nose-pierced girl didn't feel any magic from Death Null. This person was like an ant to her. She mocked him without restraint. Death Null had been in the underworld for many years and had seen all kinds of weirdos. He wasn't angry. He glanced at Thea from the corner of his eyes. What should he do next? Thea was unhappy. This guy looked like a hippopotamus and his strength was weak. Furthermore, he was so non-mainstream. There was nothing to say. Let's beat him up. Tuck tuck. Continuous sounds were heard. 5 exoskeletons and 10 Vulcan cannons fired at the same time. The metal bullets were denser than raindrops as they rained down on the enemy's head. The girl felt a chill down her spine. She waved her hand and a cloud of smoke appeared. The mercenaries thought that she was the leader and were worried that Death Null would want her alive. Hence, they didn't focus their fire on her. In addition, she ran fast. The nose-pierced girl paid the price of losing one of her ears to keep her life. She had magic, so she managed to escape. Those brainwashed cultists didn't have the ability to do so. The result of using their flesh and blood to resist the metal storm was that more than 40 people were directly knocked down. Broken limbs were everywhere, and a few of them even tried to hide behind the corpses of their companions. The result was naturally, without exception, that they were torn to shreds. Kill these heretics. Cold flame scorching, leave no one alive. The tall and skinny man was also frightened. He raised the sword in his hand, but he didn't move a single step. Attack! Death Knell gave the order. All kinds of gunshots resounded in the air above this sinister ancient castle. The one-sided battle that the mercenaries had imagined did not happen. The cultists had already put aside their disputes and stood together in twos and threes. Cold flame scorching man. Cold flame, protect me. Following their slogan, the bodies of the dozens of so-called devout believers melted like candles. Green smoke rushed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and gathered into a cluster in the air. Large and small, a group of abstract white fog monsters appeared in front of the mercenaries. Behind them were the burned skeletons of the heretics. It seems to be some kind of monster that is formed by burning human souls. It looks scary, but it's not a big deal. Use the quantized cage. Thea instructed. Death Knell made a gesture behind him. 3 mercenaries held slim guns. 2 of them fired at their sides, while the last one fired at a spot 5 meters in front of him. Then, he pressed the button. The 3 dots formed an equilateral triangle. A blue electric light lit up in the area. This was one of the black technologies of the Heaven's Eye Society. The electric light contained a weak nano-decomposition beam. It was originally developed by imitating Superman's heat ray, but it didn't work well in actual combat. The Heaven's Eye Society changed this technology from offensive to defensive. It was useless against Superman, but against normal espers, one would die. These smoke monsters could stay in the subspace for a short period of time. As soon as they entered the material world, the nano-decomposition beam would cut them into particles that couldn't be seen even with a microscope. The smoke monsters screamed silently. If their bodies were damaged, they would have to enter the subspace to rest. When they came out, their bodies would be damaged again. Under this endless cycle, a few smoke monsters were directly vaporized. The remaining larger ones chose to fuse. They formed a 3-headed, 6-legged monster that tried to break out of the quantum cage. The mercenaries held their guns and fought with the remaining cultists who held machetes. The few from the Cold Flame Church wouldn't just stand there and watch. The tall and skinny one with a long sword was the great alchemist Tanarak. He took out a golden stone from his pocket and threw it at a corner of the quantum cage. Countless strong acids corroded the area. One of the triangulation trackers was directly vaporized. Without a stable source of energy, the quantum cage flickered twice. The blue electric light unwillingly dissipated in the air. The government's lackey. Show me what else you have. Tanarak shouted. It wasn't his fault. Death Knell had prepared good equipment for his subordinates. More than 300 people were fully armed, equipped with black technology and exoskeletons. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't something an ordinary organization could produce. Combining all kinds of inferences, the other party was a government organization that wanted to capture them and dissect them. Although he shouted loudly, he didn't move. His feet were rooted to the ground. He took out a bunch of things and prepared to defend himself. Are you going to meet him? Thea turned to ask Midnight's Papa. Midnight's Papa was a smart person. Although Thea was asking for his opinion, he knew that this request couldn't be rejected. He also wanted to see how much he had improved. He nodded slightly, indicating that he would go. He was a smart person. The hinting spell didn't have a strong effect on these magic users. When they first met, Thea realized that if Midnight didn't listen, she would have to use other spells to control him. With a light tap of her finger, she cancelled Midnight's papa's invisibility spell. The Voodoo King, who was also covered in bits and pieces, walked out of the group. Midnight. You sewer maggot, how dare you bring people to the Cold Flame Church to behave atrociously? They didn't know the mercenaries, but Midnight's papa was on the same level as them, so they knew him. The woman with the nose ring and Tanarak scolded loudly. At the same time, they wondered if they had pushed him too far. The other party had directly led an army to flatten them. Midnight's papa wasn't a good-tempered person. At first, there were 4 of them and he was alone. He couldn't even beat them one-on-one, so he could only endure it. But now, it was different. In his opinion, Thea could at least fight 3 of them and he could deal with one of them. Plus, he couldn't tell what the poison ivy was made of. His side had a high chance of winning and there was no need for him to bow down. He reached out and took out a pure white human skull. Didn't you want my undead skull? I've brought it for you. As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the skull. The skull seemed to come alive. Its upper and lower jaws made caw-caw-caw sounds and it spat out a stinky black wind towards them. Chapter 4:13. Tanarak glanced back gloomily at Sargon, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He was best at dealing with voodoo warlocks, but it was a pity that he and his daughter had joined forces to ambush him. Mr. E's eyeless face was looking at him with a faint smile. It seemed that he could only go up himself. An alchemist going up against a voodoo warlock was a bit strange, but Tanarak, who looked down on Daddy Midnight, still went up to him. A street thug dared to behave atrociously in the Cold Flame Vatican? The great alchemist only needed a glance to determine the approximate composition of the poisonous gas. He threw out 2 bottles of solvent, one transparent and one turbid. The 2 bottles of potion mixed in the air and formed a kind of gas with a somewhat fresh fragrance. It directly neutralized Daddy Midnight's poison. Midnight did not back down. He took out a dark brown skeleton the size of a palm and silently chanted a spell. The skeleton expanded with the wind, but from its bone structure, it did not look like a modern human. It's so short. Is this a human skeleton? Death Knell looked at the skeleton that his new partner had thrown out and asked Thea with some doubt. This thing was less than a meter tall. Could it have been a dwarf when it was alive? That should be the skeleton of a Lemurian. Earth's civilization was slightly older than Atlantis. To the current Earth's people, it's a prehistoric civilization. Thea was also quite interested. She did not expect Daddy Midnight to have such a good thing. The Lemurians were divided into the giant race and the dwarf race. This skeleton was unsurprisingly from the dwarf race. It was a natural-born psionic ability user. However, one special ability was directly linked to one's bloodline. It had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, so it wasn't a simple matter to rely on this skeleton to display its remaining value. Daddy Midnight had already thought about this problem. He gave the skeleton a small tambourine drum. The dark brown skeleton slowly hit the tambourine drum. Psionic shock, invisible to the naked eye, was intermittently emitted in front of him. The alchemist's willpower attribute was not high. He was beaten back by the psionic shock. At the critical moment, Mr. E, who practiced 18 meditation techniques a day, stepped forward. His hands emitted waves of ripples and blocked Daddy Midnight's attack. As for whether or not he wanted to leave Thea and Poison Ivy, who he couldn't see through, to his companions, no one knew. The great alchemist had been made a fool of by a voodoo warlock that he looked down on, and he felt unsatisfied. He no longer held back and kept hitting the ground. Following the rumbling sounds of heavy objects, 2 heavy steel statues ran out of the backyard, their huge bodies quickly appearing in front of them. Kill them. The great alchemist pointed at the mercenaries. Thea was a little surprised. These spellcasters from Earth really did have some good stuff. Midnight skeleton from the prehistoric civilization, this guy's steel golem, these were all extremely valuable things. It would be too much of a pity to let everyone blow it up. Thea winked at Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy's eyes instantly turned emerald green. A large number of vines suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the steel golem's feet. Under the influence of Poison Ivy's chlorophyll, the vines grew at a heaven-defying speed. The vines that could only wrap around the golem in less than 10 seconds had already slowed down the golem's footsteps. The golem's strength was infinite, and it rushed forward tirelessly. The vines that were as thick as a child's arm were pulled apart by the huge force. One vine was torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more vines were wrapped around it. 2 vines were torn apart, and 5 or 6 vines were wrapped around it again. In less than 30 seconds, the 2 steel golems were still struggling with all their might. However, under the entanglement of a large number of vines, they could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Mr. E shrunk his neck and pulled the battlefield between himself and Daddy Midnight to the side. The great alchemist also noticed that something was wrong at this time. He took out a handful of powder from his body and threw it at Poison Ivy and Thea's position. Hiding the head but showing the tail, come out. The powder was clearly scattered, but it defied the laws of physics. It was thrown dozens of meters away, and only dispersed when it was 5 meters in front of Thea. Poison Ivy waved her hand, and a green wall made entirely of plants appeared in the middle of the fissure, blocking all the powder outside. Play with them. Thea changed into a black robe, covering herself from head to toe. She reached out and cancelled the invisibility spell on the 2. Except for Mr. E, who had already noticed it, the other 3 took a deep breath. Poison Ivy sat on a huge, colorful man-eating flower. This flower was at least 3 meters tall, and its roots and branches were at least 10 meters when fully spread out. Was there such a huge plant on Earth? Facing a powerful enemy, Sargon and his daughter, who had temporarily made peace, looked at the great alchemist. He was involved in the most diverse subjects and had the most knowledge. The great alchemist Tanarak shook his head. This thing did not seem to grow in nature. Mages like them could often summon some strange species. A huge plant did not surprise them. What made them confused was that they could not see through Poison Ivy's essence. Was this woman alive or dead? If she was alive, the circulation in her body was completely different from that of humans. If she was dead, she could breathe, and there was no aura of death on her body. Instead, there was a bright and dazzling aura of life. Like Mr. E, the 3 of them regarded Poison Ivy as some kind of summoned life form from the outer world. As for the summoner, who else could it be? Naturally, it was Miss Thea, who was dressed like a necromancer, beside her. Poison Ivy's body was full of vitality, but there was no magic power, so they were only afraid. But Thea and the others were dumbfounded. This person's magic power was too profound. The nose ring girl who had just started learning magic and Tanarak, who had always been studying alchemy and rarely accumulated magic power, only felt that it was powerful. Apart from Thea, the strongest great mage, Sargon, felt it much more deeply than they did. Pure, thick, profound, and vast were not enough to describe this magic power. Sargon could not understand where this divine being came from. Out of curiosity, he used a secret spell to see Thea's inner essence. He was the oldest and had seen too much and experienced too much. Even if the other party was an angel who had descended to the mortal world, he would not be surprised. But he did not see the scene he had imagined at all. It was as if he was standing alone in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, it was pitch black. He subconsciously looked down, and as his gaze fell, the void became darker and darker until it absorbed his gaze. He could no longer see anything. Only the mental power that he had cultivated for many years told him that he was looking at the abyss, and the abyss was looking at him. If he still wanted to see the sun tomorrow, he had better come out quickly. He did not know that this was the psychic shield that Thea had learned from the Martian hunter. The yellow energy of fear enveloped the soul. He had been ambushed by his daughter and betrayed by his best friend. His willpower attribute had dropped to the bottom. Looking at Thea's magic reaction from afar was actually fine, but he had courted death and wanted to see the inner essence. As a result, he had bumped into the psychic shield and the magically modified mind labyrinth. All kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Spellcasters who had been tortured to death by him, demons from hell, monsters from the abyss, nightmares in the space mezzanine, and countless species that he had seen before or never seen appeared around him. His mental power was exhausted until it was exhausted. His vision was filled with endless emptiness, and he could no longer perceive the outside world. Chapter 4:14. Addicted to Thea's mind labyrinth, the Archmage, who was comparable to Zatanna's father, had his mental strength completely depleted. His mind was completely still, and his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, his legs stretched out, his neck tilted, and he revealed a strange smile. He was dead. F***ck. The two guys who had known him for half their lives and his daughter were dumbfounded. You died because of a disagreement. Have you considered that we're still fighting? Are you playing with us? Do you still want the unity of Squad 7? Where's your team spirit? If they knew that their powerful companion had died just because he took a second look at someone in the crowd, they would be even more horrified. Mr. E, who was originally evenly matched with Midnight's father, was knocked back. He had to cast 2 spells in a row to recover from his disadvantage. Old thing. Give me your magic power. Old thing, say something. Come hit me. The girl with the nose ring shook her father's body back and forth like a madwoman, as if she could shake the magic out of his body. Unfortunately, the death of a man was like an extinguished lamp. The magic in Sargon's body was like a prisoner who had broken free from his shackles, dissipating in all directions. Ah! The girl with the nose ring could naturally see this scene. Like an injured beast, she roared at the sky. Stop roaring. Fight the enemy with me. Tanarak was going crazy. What kind of useless teammates were they? The strongest Archmage had died inexplicably, and now they were reduced to a support like him carrying the heavy burden. The situation was extremely bad. Although the girl with the nose ring was a newcomer, she could at least provide some help. He stared nervously at Thea. Death Knell and Poison Ivy were waiting for orders. The mercenaries were using a rain of bullets to deplete the number of smoke monsters and cultists. The battle outside was very lively, but the center of the field was a little quiet. What was Thea doing at this time? Thea was busy sorting out the gift bags. This unlucky Archmage was the second humanoid gift bag she had encountered in her life. The previous Martian manhunter had also failed due to fear, but at least it required Thea to collect all kinds of knowledge on her own. This Archmage had delivered himself to her doorstep. His mental power was destroyed by all kinds of illusions, and a large amount of memories were intercepted by Thea. At first, Thea was puzzled. Where did these things come from? It wasn't until the old man breathed his last that she understood. The soul that carried the memories dissipated, and the old man left everything he had learned in his life to Thea. In terms of function, it was far less powerful than the Martian hunter of the past, but it was a professional match. A large number of applications of spells, secret arts, tricks, and rituals were all completely obtained by Thea. You guys go ahead. Leave that blind man in the suit. You can kill the rest. Thea was constantly sorting out her gains. From the old man's memories, she knew that Mr. E was in charge of all external affairs. She could just ask him about Malcolm. The others did not have any powerful means, and Poison Ivy and Death Knell were more than enough to deal with them. Sargon had a lot of memories. The old man had lived for more than 90 years, and he was the oldest of the 4. He had been to many places in the world before his death and learned many spells. He could also cast the irony spell that Thea had been a little envious of, but he was not very good at it. Sargon's unique spell was gem magic. He could use a special method to seal spells into gems, and when he used them, he could cast them by chanting a certain word. It was very similar to the spell scrolls in the game. He had accumulated a lot of magic gems, and when he threw them out in a fight, not many people could withstand it. The old man's attacks were sharp, Sitara's irony magic defense was amazing, Mr. E was in charge of scouting, and Tanarak the alchemist was in charge of making some magical tools and deciphering traps. When the four of them were at their most intimate, it could be said that they were the strongest mage team in the world. Unfortunately, no matter how deep their friendship was, it could not withstand the baptism of time. Sitara's death caused a rift between the four of them, and this rift grew bigger and bigger. Today, Tanarak and Sargon's daughter directly led half of the followers to betray them, ambushing and seriously injuring Sargon. At this point in time in the original timeline, their plan was very successful. Sargon's daughter seized her father's magic, and Mr. E directly admitted defeat. The Cold Flame Vatican could be said to have not suffered any damage. However, Thea's miraculous appearance completely changed the situation. Sargon's gaze accidentally killed himself. Without his magic, the girl with the nose ring became a useless woman, and the situation deteriorated to the point where it could not be any worse. After carefully analyzing the situation from old man Sargon's memories, Sia could not help but sigh. Their arrival was too coincidental. If they were 10 minutes earlier, they would still be fine, but if they were 10 minutes later, the girl with the nose ring would inherit the old man's magic and magic gemstones. Could this be the luck attribute of Merlin's sword? Thea felt the sword around her neck that was used as a necklace, and thought with some uncertainty. However, from the fact that this human gift bag had automatically sent itself to her door for her to study, she was indeed lucky. Thea glanced at the situation. Death Knell did not let Poison Ivy help, and was fighting Tanarak alone. The alchemist, who did not take him seriously at first, was stunned by Death Knell's magic-piercing bullets. He had no choice but to take out his own alchemy items to resist. Death Knell's grenade launcher had been magically modified by Thea, and now the bullets were all high-speed armor-piercing bullets with magic-piercing arrays. Thea did not have the time to make them one by one. She made one bullet, and then directly used the artificial intelligence to repeatedly scan the array carvings. She then used modern machinery to dig it out bit by bit. With the fully automatic equipment, she could only produce a few rounds a day. The machinery faithfully simulated her carvings. The magic-piercing bullets had less spiritual energy than the ones she made, but it was more convenient. Now, these bullets were all in Death Knell's hands. He had also injected himself with the super gene optimization fluid that Thea had concocted, and his body's attributes were increasing rapidly. He was clearly a burly man like a bear, but now his body was as light as an eagle. He surrounded Tanarak and slashed left and right. From time to time, the invisible arm behind him would control the gun to shoot various bullets at his magic shield. Alchemists were not known for their powerful magic, but he was a support staff. His combat experience was worlds apart from Death Knell's. Without a magic shield, he was just a mortal body. Death Knell's machete was so fast that it left afterimages. He did not think that he could withstand it with his 50 kilograms of weight. The alchemy items in his hands were being consumed rapidly. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he could not find a way to break out of this situation. Poison Ivy giggled as she looked at the battlefield. Her personality was not very belligerent. When no one paid attention to her, she would play by herself. That's right, she was playing. Her charm pheromones spurted out, and from time to time, she would bewitch a few cultists to swing their machetes at her former companions. She was having a lot of fun. Chapter 4:15. Controlling the cultists to kill each other, trapping the two iron golems, and dealing with the girl with the nose ring, who was actually not a threat, and preventing her from harassing Death Knell's battle. Poison Ivy seemed to have a lot of work to do, but it was not serious at all. Although the cultists were ferocious, they were a group of ordinary people. Plus, they were malnourished and would bleed for no reason, so their bodies were weaker than ordinary people. The girl with the nose ring was also a newcomer to the magic world. Her shouts were earth-shattering. Thea estimated that Damien could kill her even if he used all his magic and martial arts skills, so she was not a strong opponent. Poison Ivy had great potential and could easily control the flow of the battle. Her methods were strange and mysterious, and she was better than a non-magic person. Thea was optimistic about her future. While they were fighting, Thea dragged Old Man Sargon's body over. The old man had a cloth wrapped around his head, and he seemed to be an Indian. Thea had gotten his big gift, so she was not interested in his black body. She took out a small bag from the side of the body and opened it. There were 5 or 6 dazzling gemstones inside. Thea took out a gemstone and looked at the quality of the gemstone with a torch as if nothing had happened on the battlefield. She curled her lips and secretly scolded him for being poor. Although she did not study gemstones as deeply as Catwoman, Thea relied on her female talent to judge that these gemstones were only of an acceptable level. Old Man Sargon did not know that his body was almost cold, but he was still being looked down upon. In fact, he was also helpless. Although he was born in a rich family in India, he was considered rich compared to his countrymen who could transport tens of thousands of people in a train. But compared to Thea, he was a complete pauper. First of all, the wealth belonged to his family, not him. There were many branches in his family, and all of them were asking for money. In order to reduce the attention of the secular world, he did not dare to use magic recklessly. In India, there were corrupt people everywhere, and they wanted money everywhere. There was not much wealth for him to freely use. Secondly, his wealth was in the most basic industry, which was commonly known as a landlord. His family owned a large amount of land in India, and every year, tens of thousands of farmers helped his family farm. 200 years ago, this would have been something worth bragging about. But in today's information society, it could only be exchanged for size from the onlookers. The last and most crucial point was that he had met Zatara and his friends 30 years ago. The other two were not considered wealthy. Only Zatara, who lived in Gotham, had a decent financial situation. The few of them had founded the cult, and the daily funds had been paid by Zatara and Sargon. With Zatara's death, the cult's funds had been cut in half. Old Sargon had to fork out his coffin money to barely survive until today. In such a tight economic crisis, he really didn't have the extra money to buy gems. Thea despised the old man's poverty. "You're so poor, why do you still want to play with gem magic? What a joke. It seems that this skill can only be developed in my hands." Thea weighed the bag with a few gems in her hand and thought to herself, "Among the mages, I'm the richest, and among the rich, I'm the best at magic." It was probably referring to people like Thea. Gem magic. Gems in front, magic behind. The importance of good gems could be seen from this. Without boasting, Thea was the best at this spell, except for those dragons who were hiding in some unknown dimension. She had been busy for the past few years and had not deliberately collected any gems. But as her reputation grew, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to see her, visit her, and make friends with her. The first meeting required a greeting gift. This was basic human interaction. Those who were qualified to see her were either rich or noble. These people did not want to be laughed at, so they racked their brains to give her gifts. Thea was a young woman, so what should she give her? There was no mistake in giving her gems. Even though she had rejected many of them, there were still more precious gems and gems that filled the 12 safes in her house. Among them, there were more than 300 pieces that would leave their names in history. If Thea had not given some to Diana, this number would have doubled. Catwoman had sourly said many times that Thea had been targeted by international robbers. It was not without reason. She used an earth-type spell to dig a huge hole and buried Sargon, who was poor but still played with gems. Looking at the battlefield, Thea's mind was already immersed in fantasizing about how many gems she needed to make to blow Darkseid up into the sky. A flash of silver interrupted her daydream. A teleportation portal. A man and a woman walked out of it. The man was wearing a khaki trench coat with a dirty white shirt underneath. His tie was loosely tied. The man looked dispirited. His face was covered in stubble, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. The man did not pay much attention to what happened after the teleportation. He seemed to be trying his best to explain something to the woman beside him. The woman had shoulder-length hair and wore a purple jacket with a white shirt inside. The V-neck design showed off her indescribable pair of stalwart things. Her legs were covered in demonic fishnet stockings and a pair of leather boots. The woman had a pretty face and a resolute aura, which was a stark contrast to the lazy and cunning man beside her. "Listen to me, Shaw. The Croydon compass can help you find anything, that's enough, Constantine. I've had enough of your hypocritical lies and malicious help. You be *starred, scum. You always get me into trouble. I just want to find my father's belongings. You go on your own." The purple-clothed woman spat at the man's face without any elegance. After that, she was stunned by the lively atmosphere in the square. She stuttered her words and looked at the situation in front of her in confusion. Her first reaction was similar to the Cold Flame Church's initial guess. This was the government's secret army encircling and annihilating a lively social organization. The man's reaction was much calmer than hers. A trace of doubt flashed through the corner of his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cynicism. The night wind was a little strong. He reached out to cover his mouth and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and said to the woman in a slightly intoxicated manner, "I didn't cause this trouble. You know, I was planning to sneak in." "Sneak in my ass." There were at least 1,000 people in this square. Even a mosquito couldn't fly in with so many people. The woman considered the man's misdeeds and automatically imagined that this was specially designed for her. The two of them could not figure out what was going on. Out of caution, they roughly observed the battlefield. The first thing they saw was poison ivy sitting on a 3-meter-tall man-eating flower. It couldn't be helped. This had nothing to do with magic. It was just that poison ivy was too high profile. Anyone with good eyesight could see her at a glance. "What is this?" "A human." The two mages with extraordinary knowledge were also attracted by poison ivy's strange life form. Was this a human? Chapter 4:16. Constantine and Satana. Should they be here? Thea could not figure it out. According to their conversation, Satana was here to look for her father's relic, while Constantine's purpose was the same as old Ma's. They were both here to look for the compass. Could it be that Malcolm was really here? Thea thought that it was a little cruel to annihilate an entire family just to find out something. But now, it seemed that these guys were right. She immediately activated the Eye of Horus and looked into the depths of the castle through the layers of magic barriers. The sudden appearance of the two unexpected people made Grand Alchemist Tanarak, who was being tortured by Death Knell's anti-magic bullets, so excited that he let out a roar. An hour ago, if these two dared to swagger into the Church of Cold Flame, he would definitely teach them a lesson that they would never forget. But now, he could not even take care of himself. He could not figure out how Death Knell, the big guy, had so many anti-magic bullets. The alchemy products that he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were being consumed rapidly. If these two did not interfere, he would have to run away. "Satana! Come and help me. I know where your father's relic is. He was my best friend when he was alive." The Grand Alchemist knew Satana. To a certain extent, it could be said that he watched her grow up. As for whether he was her father's best friend, only God knew. His idea was extremely insidious. It would be best if he could get them to help him. If he could not, he would lure the enemies to attack Zatanna. Then, he would have a chance to escape. So, his shout was extremely loud. His thin and weak body almost used up all the energy in his dantian. His voice reverberated from his abdomen all the way to the square. On the other side of the battlefield, Papa Midnight, who was dealing with an errand with Mr. E, also heard the shout. They had fought for less than a minute, and both of them had tacitly stopped their attacks. Now that he heard the Grand Alchemist's words, he also noticed the man and woman on the other side of the battlefield. He had only seen Zatanna's photo but had never interacted with her before. But he knew Constantine too well. The two were friends and enemies. Sometimes they fought, sometimes they worked together. No one knew Constantine better than him. He turned back to look at Thea and found that she was silent. Papa Midnight did not know what she was up to, but to show his value, he shouted to the other side. "Constantine, you scum! Your old man is here, come and help me." Laughing and scolding was their way of life. Constantine, who was originally smoking, was a cigarette in between his fingers. He looked at it. Papa Midnight. What are you doing here, you bastard? You actually dared to attack the Cold Flame Church. You've really got guts. Constantine's expression became more serious as he cursed. This matter was getting out of hand. It was not difficult to tell from Papa Midnight's position that he was in cahoots with these soldiers armed with advanced firearms. According to Constantine's understanding of Papa Midnight, this guy was very poor. Any one of these soldiers would have enough equipment to buy Midnight's broken bar. He was definitely not the leader, but a glorious guide. Constantine scratched his messy hair. From the perspective of friendship, and from the perspective of being hostile to the Cold Flame Vatican, he should help, but he really did not want to be involved in this kind of big trouble. With his wisdom, it was not difficult for him to see that there were more powerful people behind these soldiers. He shook his head slightly and pulled back Zatanna, who wanted to enter the battlefield. "Niece Zatanna, come and help Uncle Tanarak. Don't you remember that I carried you when you were young?" The Grand Alchemist's voice was a little hoarse because he shouted too loudly, but he did not care. He began to shamelessly ask for help. Even a noble master like him was shameless. Papa Midnight, who had mixed in between the black and white, was even more unscrupulous. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Constantine, my brother. We were drinking together a week ago. Can you bear to see your brother being bullied?" The two of them shouted as if they were on the World Channel. The Grand Alchemist's throat could not take it anymore. He took out a black metal object and put it in his mouth. His voice was immediately amplified countless times. The Alps Valley at night was buzzing because of him. Papa Midnight was not afraid of him. He took out an animal's tongue covered in mucus and swallowed it. His voice echoed on the ground. The two of them were still asking for help at first, but after shouting a few words, they began to curse each other. The Grand Alchemist thought that Papa Midnight was a sewer rat, while Papa Midnight mocked him as a maggot that only knew how to eat shit. "Shut up, all of you. There were too many messy spells in this castle." Thea spent a lot of effort to sweep the entire castle, but she did not find any trace of Papa Midnight. She was already very unhappy, and when she heard their curses getting worse and worse, she was irritated. She ignored both friend and foe and threw out a wide-range psychic shock. Her voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. Ordinary people, mercenaries, and cultists were all shocked to the ground. Several magic users were shocked. Papa Midnight was the furthest away and was the least affected. He shrunk his neck and did not dare to make a sound. Mr. E was shocked. He had already begun to think about whether to use feather fall or glide when he jumped off the cliff. The Grand Alchemist was the most unlucky. Just as he was about to shout, he was scared back. But Death Knell's willpower was very high, so it was not affected much. Seeing that he suddenly showed a big flaw, Death Knell did not think and slashed down. A skinny left hand was cut off. The Grand Alchemist howled like a pig being slaughtered. He could not hold on any longer. Death Knell slashed 3 times like a storm, cutting the greedy Grand Alchemist into pieces. His movements were too fast. It was not until the fresh corpse fell to the ground that Zatanna, who had just gotten rid of the psychic shock, shouted, "Stop." Although she was suspicious about the identity of the Grand Alchemist's so-called father's friend, Zatanna still felt angry that someone she knew had died in front of her. She took out a small staff. She aimed the tip of the staff at Death Knell, and a purple brilliance shot out. "Little Jaw, don't." Constantine was still a step too late. In his heart, the people of the Cold Flame Church were his enemies. The more deaths the better. Revenge for the Grand Alchemist. Wasn't that crazy? Go back. Thea did not have a good impression of this reckless woman. She stretched out her left hand, and an invisible wave flashed between her white fingers. This was the irony magic that made the father and daughter famous. This spell was very profound. Thea only got Sargon's memory, not Zatara's. In addition, the old mage was not good at this spell when he was alive. It could only be said that he learned this spell from a few good friends. He was still far from being proficient in it. But Thea relied on her own high magic power and did not need too much skill to cast it. Chapter 4:17. The flying purple energy beam seemed to have been stopped by some kind of great force. It turned back in the air and shot back at Zatanna. Ironic magic. Zatanna was shocked. She was just a beginner in this spell and was still far from being able to use it freely. With her competitive nature, she opened her hands and tried to return the spell. This was their family's unique skill. Many of the techniques were unknown to others. She didn't think that she was worse than others. Go back. Her momentum was very good. The use of the spell, the technique, and the timing were all on point. However, there was a fundamental difference between her and Thea's total magic power. At her peak, she might be able to exchange a few blows with Thea. But now, there was a huge gap between them. Her family's secret technique didn't change the direction of the spell. It couldn't even delay it. The purple light beam rushed back to its original owner without hesitation. Little Jaw, get out of the way. Constantine spat out the cigarette butt and flew up. He made what he thought was a very heroic and manly save. Of course, it would be even more perfect if the two of them were not covered in dirt. Thea saw this scene and clenched her teeth. Zatanna's level was clear at a glance, but Constantine couldn't be sure. This wasn't to say that he was hiding his strength. It was just that the yellow windbreaker he got from Nick Nacro blocked Thea's probing. This windbreaker was of very high quality. Looking at the aura lingering on it, it was definitely a high-grade magic tool. What's the origin of this man? My pheromone can't control him. Poison Ivy's voice reached Thea's ears. Thea nodded. This windbreaker had high resistance to all kinds of things. It wasn't surprising that it could resist Poison Ivy's control. She pointed her chin at Mr. E, who was fighting with Daddy Midnight on the other side, and motioned for Poison Ivy to go over and help. She looked at Zatanna, who had been thrown to the ground by a hungry tiger, and Constantine, who looked brave but had not exposed his true identity. Constantine's strength had always fluctuated between high and low. When he was strong, he could seal the Demon King of Hell. When he was weak, he was reduced to being beaten up by hooligans on the streets and having his soap picked up by the prison guards. It was hard to tell whether he was pretending to be strong or weak. Thea didn't use any more ironic magic. Instead, she used her own magic to combine the 3 elements of water, wind, and fire to create lightning. Thea deliberately increased the proportion of the fire element. The lightning was different from the traditional bright blue. Instead, it was dim orange. He raised his finger and aimed it at the two of them from afar. The orange-red lightning plowed a deep trench in the ground and flew towards the two of them. Thea controlled the orange-red lightning to lose some of its speed and become more violent. She still wanted to find out more about Constantine. When lightning was halfway there, it split into three, blocking all possible escape routes and attacking the two from three different directions. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Constantine lightly stomped his left foot on the ground. A purple halo rose and firmly covered the two of them. The orange-red lightning hit the halo. There was no intense energy collision and no dazzling photoelectric effect. The three lightning bolts disappeared directly like hot water splashing on ice. Arranged in an octagonal pattern, engraved with the words representing the sun, moon, and stars. This is the magic circle used by the great mage John Day in the 15th century to resist the magic loss. This magic circle can eliminate any supernatural power and magic damage. TSK, it's very effective. Could it be that you have been drawing this magic circle since you were teleported here? Your sense of crisis is very strong. Thea casually commented on his magic circle. Constantine's face was a little ugly when he heard her mention the origin of the magic circle so easily. However, he still fearlessly took out another cigarette and lit it. What he didn't expect was that Thea's last sentence made his face change drastically. You are Thomas Constantine's son. You look a lot like your father. Thea was so happy that she was almost bubbling. No wonder Death Knell treated everyone as a child. It felt so good to act like an elder. Constantine and Zatanna looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Who is this guy? Who else in the world knows your family's irony magic? Have you taught anyone else? Constantine asked in a low voice. Zatanna shook her head. My father has a few friends who should know, but I definitely haven't spread it. The two of them were speechless. She knew Constantine's father, knew how to use irony magic, and had a magic power as deep as the sea. The conclusion was obvious. She was an elder. In order to deepen his impression, Thea recounted what happened 100 years ago. At that time, your grandfather died in battle at the Somme River. I was the one who sent his body back to your father. When I met your father, he was not even 10 years old. Time really flies. Constantine took out 3 detection tools in a row, and all of them were real. Thea didn't lie at all. This made him slowly believe her. It wasn't strange for people with deep magic power to live for 100 years. Thea wasn't spouting nonsense. It was just that she was in a time travel state at that time, and she didn't see Thomas after that. These were 2 premises that she didn't mention. After many misunderstandings, Constantine had the misconception that this person was either his father's friend or his grandfather's friend. You really know my father? That's right, kid. Ask your partner to stop. I'll tell you in detail later. Thea acted like an expert. Father Midnight, who knew her true identity and had dealt with Constantine for many years, heard their entire conversation. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Constantine, who had been swindled his whole life, was actually deceived by another person. How could a billionaire like her know Constantine's drunkard father? Their ages didn't match at all. He thought that it was Thea's magical attainments that deceived Constantine's detection tools. Amused, he was even more in awe of Thea. The suggestion spell finally left a seed in his consciousness. After calming down Constantine and his partner, Thea finally had time to deal with the blind old man, Mr. E, surrounded by Father Midnight, Poison Ivy, and Thea. The old man couldn't even take a single blow. He didn't even have time to jump off the cliff before he was firmly entangled by Poison Ivy's strange vines. The vines pulled the blind old man in front of Thea. She asked, Actually, we're here today to ask you something. Do you know Malcolm Merlin? Do you know who he was last in contact with, and where he disappeared? Thea showed an elegant demeanor and asked politely. However, her words were like thunder in Mr. E. Damn it. You came to our house to shout and kill, but you're here to get information. Mr. E's empty eye sockets stared at Thea in disbelief. His astral vision allowed him to see the world from 360 degrees. He didn't even turn his head to look at the great alchemist lying in a pool of blood on the ground in the distance. He really felt that this old man didn't deserve to die. This group of fiendish people weren't government officials who wanted to eliminate active social organizations. They were just passing by to get information because of the reputation of the Cold Flame Vatican. Chapter 4:18. He was not very sad about the alchemist's death. After all, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. How pretentious would one have to be to feel sad for someone who was blinded by greed and betrayed their friendship? He just wanted to get through the difficult situation in front of him. Malcolm Merlin. Was there such a person on his side? Thea took out her phone to help him deepen his impression. She wanted to show him the photo, but she quickly realized that this guy was blind. Fortunately, she had plenty of means. She used telepathy to send old Ma's image into his mind and peeked at his true thoughts. If he had any grudges, she would kill him. If not, she would spare his life. After reading all of Great Wizard Sargon's memories, Thea understood the whole process of their battle. If she had not brought people out, the two of them would have been finished. From another point of view, she had saved the blind old man's life. We don't know much about this person. I only know that he had a conflict with Felix Faust in Northern Europe. I don't know what happened after that. Mr. E took out a thick piece of parchment from his bag. His old fingers groped on it. Thea thought it was Braille. After a while, the old man said with certainty. The old man rejoiced in his heart. He checked it repeatedly and finally confirmed that this person's matter had nothing to do with them. You people came to my house and looted for half a day. Now that the truth is out, can you retreat? You should know that cultists also had dignity. Thea scratched her head. The battle had calmed down. None of the people who asked for directions died. Only 6 or 7 were injured. One of the kinetic skeletons was seriously overheated and had an emergency shutdown. Basically, it was the economic loss of firearms and ammunition, which could be recovered with just a few $1 million. 2 of the 4 court pillars had fallen. One had been scared to death, and the other had been hacked to death. The only remaining leader had been captured. The square was filled with corpses in red robes. Excluding those who had killed each other and those who had died from using evil rituals to summon monsters, a conservative estimate was that they had killed at least 300 people. There were only a few dozen believers who were relatively new to this world. They were all hiding behind large trees and rocks, trembling in fear. The Cold Flame Church, which originally had 4 great mages carrying the flag and had shaken the magic world, had been beaten down by her. From a lively international organization, it had become a lively regional organization. Its scale had shrunk to the same level as Daddy Midnight's bar. How could the word miserable describe it? Eliminate the source of trouble. This thought floated in Thea's mind. Mr. E was extremely sensitive and realized that the most critical moment had arrived. I swear a true spirit oath. From now on, we will live in peace and will not pursue today's matter. On the contrary, if you help us quell the rebellion, Cold Flame will give you a great gift. After saying that, he chopped off one of his fingers and chanted an incantation. Soon, 15 golden symbols were pressed on his chest. The blind old man groaned. It could be seen that this was a great burden for him. After all, he was an old man who had been through the baptism of time. He was really decisive. The oath was connected to his heart. If he went against it, his heart would explode into pieces. Okay, I believe you. As for the great gift, it's completely unnecessary. Thea decided to let them go. After all, the Cold Flame Church had been operating for more than 30 years. They had believers all over the world. It was just a matter of numbers. Even if she killed all of them today, it wouldn't change anything. She could definitely eliminate the problem, but it would be troublesome to eliminate the root. It was impossible for her to chase after those Cold Flame believers all over the world. She didn't have that time. Moreover, there were many people in this world who were crazy and liked to study evil cults. What should exist would still exist. If she extinguished the Cold Flame today, the Hot Flame and Cold Flame would jump out tomorrow. These people couldn't be killed. If she didn't want their great gift, it would be Thea pretending to be generous. What kind of great gift could this bunch of poor people have? Thea, who knew Old Man Sargon's memories, knew that they barely had enough money. Previously, they could still rely on the old Indian man and the alchemist to do some small things in exchange for some money. Now that the two of them were dead, could they expect Mr. E to open a blind massage shop to earn money? If his subordinates were normal, Thea could accept them all. But if they were evil cults with water in their heads, joining her subordinates would be troublesome enough. She would just let them recuperate behind closed doors. Mr. E breathed a sigh of relief. Although Thea said that she didn't want great gift, he still ordered his subordinates to take out a big bag as a gift to send these evil gods away. We came recklessly and caused you trouble. We can't accept these gifts. It's no trouble, no trouble. You've helped me a lot. These small gifts are just a token of my appreciation. Please accept them. Thea insisted. The blind old man insisted on giving. If one ignored the corpses lying on the ground, this scene was quite harmonious. All right, then I'll accept it. If there's anything in the Vatican in the future, you can contact us through Midnight Old Man. Thea felt that his bag was bulging with many things. She really couldn't reject the other party's enthusiasm. After hesitating for a moment, she accepted it and made a promise. Both sides could be considered to have turned enemies into friends. Where's Croydon's compass? Constantine, who had been silent all this while and watching them shake hands, suddenly interjected. Old Man E's expression was a little ugly. Thea, on the other hand, looked calm. Even without Constantine's reminder, she could guess the blind old man's plan. Their strength had been greatly reduced. Previously, they had been collecting magic items all over the world and offended a lot of people. Now, using this opportunity to throw a hot potato to her in public was his idea. Thea didn't care. These contemporary mages weren't a threat to her. Moreover, her identity wasn't exposed at all. Those who were interested could only find Death Bell, Poison Vine Lady, and Midnight Old Man. These three weren't good men and could deal with any trouble. Pull that woman over here for me to check. Thea pointed at the woman with a nose ring who was wrapped in vines and ordered the Poison Vine Lady. Magic power, rich magic power. Old man, give me all your magic power. The woman with a nose ring was still yelling. Thea used her mental power to enter the woman's brain and checked. This woman's brain was damaged due to the short period of joy and sorrow. Her thoughts were in a mess. This person was no longer a threat because she had completely gone mad. She checked Sargon's memories. In fact, the Indian old man treated this daughter well. It was just that the patriarchal ideology in India caused their father-daughter relationship to break down again and again. In the end, it led to today's tragedy of patricide. For the sake of the old man, please spare his crazy daughter. Where's that Felix Faust? I'll go ask him. Thea waved her hand to let the Poison Vine Lady pull the woman away. She casually threw the gift bag into the space ring and asked Mr. E politely. Midnight Old Man and Mr. E shuddered at the same time. You're going to ask again? The blind old man had the mentality that if he was having a hard time, they wouldn't be having a good time either. He drew a map and looked up information, telling the young lady everything he knew in detail. Chapter 419. After explaining the location in detail, Mr. E sent them, including Constantine and Zatanna, out of the castle as if they were the plague. It was as if he did not see the shattered statues and the blasted door. Zatanna also did not realize that the pile of shattered objects on the ground used to be her father's statue. It was only when their figures disappeared into the night that the blind old man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little excited. The foundation that the four of them had established was now all his. Not mentioning the blind old man who had turned a joint venture into a sole proprietorship, Thea counted her gains and split them on the way back. Take this. Thea threw a katana that glowed with green light to Death Knell. The blade was enchanted with an acid spell. When it hit the enemy, it would deal physical damage and enhance acid damage. There were many who were immune to fire and ice, but there were not many who were immune to acid. He gave Poison Vine Lady a pair of wrist guards that allowed her to move quickly through the forest. This item might be of little value to others, but it was very suitable for Poison Vine Lady. She could easily create a large number of plants, which could also be considered a forest. This wrist guard could greatly make up for her lack of mobility. Whether it was attacking or escaping, it was a powerful weapon. This is for you. It should be able to nourish your little skeleton. Thea picked and picked. There were not many things related to voodoo. Finally, she found a stone slab that was the size of a tablet computer. There were some strange drawings on it like children's doodles. It contained a small space that was filled with the aura of death. It was just right for Father Midnight. His little skeleton from the prehistoric civilization was too damaged. With this stone slab, it could more or less recover some of its power. After splitting the loot, she watched them return to the camp. It was better for more than 300 people to take a transport plane with a lot of equipment. It was too tiring to open a portal. Thea took out the 2 iron golems and gave them to Death Knell to bring back to the metropolis. She would study them when she had time. She planned to go to Northern Europe alone to find Felix Faust. He had a stargazing platform that was usually hidden in another plane. This time, there was only one enemy. It was useless to have more people. The mercenaries lined up and left. None of them said anything. They did not ask who the man in black was or why he stayed where he was. Everyone left quickly, leaving only Thea, Constantine, and Zatanna. Nephews, is there anything else? Thea looked at them curiously. Virtuous your sister. Constantine had lost count of the number of cigarettes he had smoked. He spat out a few puffs of smoke in displeasure. The compass is divided into 3 parts. The Cold Flame Vatican only got 2 parts, and the remaining part is with my friend. I hope you can give me those 2 parts. This thing is very dangerous, and it will cause a lot of trouble if it falls into the hands of ordinary people. Thea didn't care much about the compass at first, but now that Constantine was talking about it so seriously, the importance she attached to it increased by 2 levels. You can't refuse my gift, but if I don't want to, no one can take anything away from me. John Constantine, you're no match for me. Thea's tone was as cold as the wind. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Aren't I talking to you nicely? Little Jia, you say something too. Do it. Jia Kong smiled mischievously as if he was surrendering. He raised his hands high, and when he felt that Thea was attracted by his antics, he moved his hands continuously in a red pattern. A rose-red magic circle appeared under Thea's feet. Old senior, give it to me. Although you hit it well, but my nose tells me that you're a woman. This magic circle only works on women. Jia Kong raised the collar of his windbreaker, trying to use words to sway her mind and find a loophole. Thea was unmoved. What a joke. This was a spell recorded in the Constantine family's magic books. It was too easy to break this kind of spell, but what was the point of breaking it? With Master Sargon's knowledge and the theory of magic circles, Thea found another way. This was something that no one had used before. She lifted her hands in the air, and following the direction of the magic flow of the magic circle, she pulled the magic circle out of the ground. As if she was showing off a product, she turned the magic circle 360 degrees twice. Little John, you drew it well in a hurry. However, there is too much magic accumulation at this node, and it can be easily destroyed. The lines at this node are too complicated. Actually, you can simplify it. She was like a teacher teaching her students. She commented on his magic circle inside out, and then threw it aside like trash. After a faint smoke, nothing was left. In order to deepen your memory, I'll leave you with homework today, Thea said as she took out the God of Death's staff. Under the horrified gazes of the two, the staff emitted a silent black light, directly hitting the two of them. The black light rolled and rolled the two of them into the interlayer space between the material world and the dark plane. This was the modified maze spell of the hunter goddess. Previously, Ares was trapped for more than 10 minutes. To deal with them, there was no need for such a high-level maze. A dark shadow maze was enough for them to play with for a few days. These two were too bold. They ignored the beaten-up cold flame Vatican and dared to bare their fangs at me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will suffer a great loss in the future. Thea clapped her hands gently, identified the location, opened a portal to Norway, and left the scene. How was she going to find them in Norway? Fortunately, Constantine gave Thea a good idea, which was to use Croydon's compass. After rummaging through Mr. E's gift for a long time, she finally found the needle and dial. Strictly speaking, this thing should be a compass. The missing part was a lens, which was in the hands of Zach Kang's friend. Although this thing was incomplete, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to use it, it would not be a problem for a magician to use it. Between looking for Malcolm and that unlucky guy named Felix Faust, Thea first chose to look for old Matt. She injected magic into the needle, and the needle floated in the air and spun rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it sent a vague signal to Thea. Found it. This thing is good. I should get it together later. Thea was quite happy. This was much faster than using the Eye of Horus to search all over the mountains. She cast an invisibility spell on herself and constantly adjusted her position. She set off from the city and flew towards the suburbs. The closer she was, the stronger the signal sent by the needle. After the third search, Thea came to the foot of a mountain. There was a large amount of metal in the mountain, which seriously blocked her vision. However, Thea still found Malcolm standing at the entrance of a cave. She secretly let out a sigh of relief. How many innocent lives had been sacrificed in order to find him? Cold Flame Church, we were wronged. Thea. Malcolm's face was originally very serious. When he saw her take off her cloak and walk out from the darkness, joy from the bottom of his heart instantly climbed up his face. Chapter 420. How did you find this place? Old Ma asked excitedly after the father and daughter hugged. Of course, Thea couldn't tell him that she had brought more than 300 people from the United States to Switzerland, and then from Switzerland to Norway. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The amount of ammunition consumed had increased the price of arms on the international black market by 5%. She didn't tell him her story and only took out the needle to show that she had found him with it. But why did you come to such a remote place? I heard that you were looking for this needle, right? Could there be a divine artifact here? Thea looked at the shabby cave. The mountain was made of stone, and no matter how she looked at it, it looked like a sword was stuck in the cracks of the stone. It's a long story, but someone was injured while trying to save me. Can you help me take a look? Old Ma said and pulled Thea into the cave. The cave was not deep, and the smell was unpleasant. It was most likely the lair of some beast that Malcolm had taken over. The father and daughter turned a corner, and what they saw was a very narrow inner room. The walls were made of strange rocks, and on the left side of the room, there was a pile of weeds. A middle-aged man covered in blood was sitting against the wall. He was very weak, but he was still trying to keep one of his eyes open. The moment he saw Thea, his pupils shrank sharply, and his sore arms suddenly regained strength. He pointed at her and asked uncertainly, "You have the blood of Merlin in you?" Thea also felt the familiar aura around him, and looked at Malcolm with a puzzled look. Old Ma was a little unhappy. "Jason Brad, this is my daughter. I've told you twice, I also have the blood of Merlin. Can't you tell?" The middle-aged man on the ground opened his eyes forcefully and compared the father and daughter with all his might. He shook his head very honestly and said, "I'm sorry, friend. I can see your daughter's bloodline at a glance, but I really can't see yours." Malcolm almost fainted from anger. Was his bloodline really that bad? He sat on the ground gloomily and didn't say anything. Thea felt a little sad. This old man had not been injected with divine blood and was still an ordinary person. His sideburns were even a little white because he had been running around for the past few years. The desire for power wasn't a bad thing, as long as one could control it. Thea had always been unwavering in her efforts to strengthen her loved ones. It was not convenient for old Ma to ask this question in front of outsiders, and he did not intend to introduce the middle-aged man. Thea was no longer the weak girl 5 years ago. She had her own way to find the answer. He glanced at the other party. The other party's injuries were very serious. What was strange was that there was another surge of explosive life force in his body. If he could mobilize a trace of energy, it would be enough to heal his injuries. Who was this guy? The young mistress thought to herself. She didn't expect that her peeping would cause such a drastic change in the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man's face was full of pain. "Descendant of Merlin, back off. I can't control it anymore." Thea saw that there was a problem with his body and calmly drew a few mysterious spells in the air. She patted her palms lightly and hit the middle-aged man's limbs and heart. The trembling middle-aged man suddenly calmed down and lay on the ground, panting heavily. After a short exchange of blows, he finally recalled the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. "You're King Arthur's knight, Jason Brad. The demon in your body must be the one sealed by Merlin that day, Etragan." Malcolm, who was sitting on the ground gloomily, was now full of British myths. When he heard this, he immediately perked up. "You're King Arthur's Knight of the Round Table? Is that your alias now?" Theo looked at her father and felt a little guilty. She didn't know if it was right for her to trick him out of Star City. This man was about to go crazy. She explained on behalf of the middle-aged man, "It's not an alias. Jason Brad is his real name. However, he's only King Arthur's knight, not some knight of the Round Table. Because of the demon in his body, he has lived for 1,500 years." Malcolm was visibly disappointed. There was a hint of contempt in his voice. "So he's just an ordinary knight. An ordinary knight can live for so long." He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be gloomy. "So what if I'm an ordinary knight? An ordinary knight is still a human. Should I be despised just because I'm not a knight of the Round Table?" The middle-aged man was already seriously injured. Now that the demon in his body had tormented him, he could no longer control his groggy mind. His eyes closed, his neck tilted, and he fainted. "Is there any way to save him? He saved my life back then. If it's too difficult, then forget it." Malcolm didn't know Thea's strength. In his impression, Thea's strength was still at the level she was many years ago. He didn't want his daughter to sacrifice too much for his request. Thea carefully looked at the middle-aged man's injuries. There was a bloody hole on his stomach and shoulder. Judging from the injuries, it was obvious that they weren't caused by bullets or other weapons. Her father's request couldn't be ignored. Plus, this guy was somewhat related to Merlin. Even if the treatment was troublesome, she had to bite the bullet. The healing pod was isolated from the world in this small cave. There was no power source. It was simply unrealistic. It would be even more difficult to get a power source. Thea thought about it and decided to use magic. If it was a normal person, 2 healing spells would be enough. However, there was a powerful demon sealed in this guy's body. The healing spells were basically of the light and water attributes. This demon was unsurprisingly of the dark and fire attributes. The 2 types of energy were completely opposite. Thea had to suppress this demon in order to treat the man. She tore off her cloak, revealing her original clothes. She surged all the magic in her body. The entire cave resonated with her. When her magic reached its peak, her hands flashed with a huge halo of energy. She pressed them on the middle-aged man's wounds. Initially, Thea was still trying to communicate with this demon. She did not expect that as soon as she injected her magic power, she could feel the extremely unique bloodline. The other party instantly went berserk, no longer caring about the host's body, and began to frantically counterattack. "I don't believe I can't take care of you. I can't beat a 3-palace demon, but I can still deal with a demon like you who was transformed from a human." In order to suppress this demon, Thea put on the light ring that she hadn't used for a long time. Her fear energy was released 100-fold. Thea, who was more skilled at using her emotions, avoided Malcolm. Yellow energy filled the small cave. Magic and emotion fused once again, forcefully suppressing the demon Etrigan's counterattack. The unparalleled fear allowed the demon to regain some clarity in its mind, and it appropriately retracted a portion of its power to facilitate Thea's healing. However, Thea didn't trust this demon. What if he lost his mind and tried to do something while she was treating the man? She didn't care about anything else. She relied on the huge amount of energy to seal Alteran so that he wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Only then did she start treating the middle-aged man. Chapter 421. The real treatment was much smoother. She removed the residual magic from the wound, stimulated the growth of the cells, and accelerated the healing of the wound. As for the missing blood, Thea could not do anything about it. This guy had lived for more than 1,500 years, who knew what type of blood he had now. Thea was sweating profusely. The treatment took 1 minute, and the suppression of the demon took 9 minutes. "What's going on? You don't seem to be injured. Why is this guy on the ground?" Thea looked back at Old Ma. Although his clothes were a little messy, his beard and tail were intact. There was no sign of injury at all. Combined with Old Ma's words about how Etrigan had saved his life, Thea was very surprised that they could be together. Malcolm began to tell his own story. It was a very cliché story. The knight on the ground, who had lived for 1,500 years and was still very Chinibu, was someone that Old Ma had met in England. He usually pretended to be a knowledgeable scholar. The 2 of them traveled together and chatted very congenially. They had already become friends. The knight did not lie. He did not feel any blood in Old Ma's body. He only thought that Merlin's surname was a coincidence. They were originally looking for the needle, but they did not expect to be ambushed by Felix Faust, who had no enmity with them. As they fled, Old Ma, who sensed that something was wrong, used a trick he had learned from Nandarbart, which was to play dead. He pretended to roll down the cliff and used a special breathing method and special medicine to completely suppress his heartbeat. Logically speaking, this should have fooled the enemy, but to his surprise, the knight thought that his good friend had been beaten to death. Without any scruples, he released the restrictions of the devil in his body and crazily fought Felix Faust. Both he and the evil mage were heavily injured. When the cunning Malcolm returned from the foot of the mountain, he found that the evil mage had escaped and the Chinibu knight on the ground was injured and dying. With all communication tools lost, he could only drag the knight to a nearby cave for treatment. This place was in the middle of nowhere, and the intelligent old Ma did not dare to go too far. He was temporarily delayed here. Thea thought that this was the difference between a hero and a villain. Old Ma was very skilled at playing dead. Not to mention the enemy, he even fooled his own people. However, this hero ended up seriously injured. The needle has been found. Shall I send you back to Star City? The guy on the ground has lost too much blood and needs to rest. No, I want to continue investigating. This Felix Faust is also my target. Old Ma directly rejected the suggestion of returning to Star City. Yes, I also received news that Faust has found the Temple of the Dark Grand Magician, Morgan Le Fay. He is very important. The knight lying on the ground had already regained consciousness, speaking intermittently. Ha ha. Theo looked at the knight and explained to Malcolm, although this guy is just an ordinary knight, the demon in his body is a grand knight. Because he fell in love with King Arthur's sister, the dark wizard Morgan Le Fay, he betrayed his companions and was turned into a demon by Merlin. Only by killing Morgan Le Fay can he regain his human form. Then how did the two of them get into the same body? I only remember that it was because Jason Brad was seriously injured, and Merlin sealed the demonized Etrigan into the human body. Anyway, it's a complicated story. Thea sighed and clicked her tongue. Descendant of Merlin, your knowledge is truly extensive. You're right, I have to kill Morgan Le Fay in order to be redeemed. Atligan's, and mine. The remnants of magic in his wounds had been removed, and his body was recovering very quickly. At this moment, he could already sit up shakily. Hearing him talk about the descendant of Merlin, Malcolm became unhappy again. His daughter's bloodline was so thick that it made him, the biological father, seem like a fake. Wasn't this skipping a generation too much? For a moment, the three of them lost interest in talking. They each focused on their own questions. How about this? I'll go catch that guy, and you guys can ask him. Thea thought about the original plot. Felix Faust had indeed found a temple in the Peruvian jungle. The temple preserved Morgan Le Fay's corpse, as well as the map that Morgan and Merlin had calculated to find the so-called Book of Magic before Morgan's death. This Book of Magic was very funny. It had tormented a group of magicians to their heart's content. Constantine and his arrogant gay friend Nick Nacro had performed a wonderful betrayal and counter-betrayal. After the dust had settled, they found out that this so-called Book of Magic was actually a technological tool that led to a world called Epic. That world rejected all supernatural powers. Constantine could no longer lie. The dead had come back to life, and the eternally youthful Madame Xanadu had almost died of old age. In short, this plot was full of malice. Originally, Thea did not intend to participate in this matter. The map was a joke. However, she suddenly remembered that Morgan Le Fay's corpse was still there. This was a great wizard who had fought with Merlin all his life. Thea did not think that a person of this level would die. Perhaps her corpse hid some other secrets. Thea would go looking for him even if it was peaceful. Moreover, Faust had bullied his own father. This was not giving him face. Fortunately, this bastard was hiding in an alternate dimension. Otherwise, Thea would have thrown a fuel air bomb at him. It would take some effort to find this guy's alternate dimension. A few members of the Cold Flame Vatican had also planned to ambush him twice, but they had all ended because he had hidden in an alternate dimension. Considering the other party's sneak attack and the fact that Old Horse had brought his heavily injured knight, this cave should not be far from Faust's alternate dimension. Thea closed her eyes and used her mind power to feel the world's veins, looking for the other party's hiding place. Descendant of Merlin. The other party is a very powerful wizard, shut up. Sia glanced at him indifferently. This guy was also someone who liked to pretend to be a senior. He had wasted 1,500 years of his life. Apart from the demon in his body, he was just a weakling. Yet, he was so serious every day that anyone who saw him would want to say something to him. This guy would have been hacked to death long ago without the demon's help. In Thea's heart, he was on the same level as Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Thea always felt that she did not have enough time. 1 minute was like 2 minutes. These guys had been idling around for thousands of years. Letting them live was a waste of food. Found it. I'll be back soon. Using Sargon's method, she broke through the spatial barrier and directly teleported into the other party's alternate dimension. Is this really your daughter? She's the most powerful contemporary wizard I've ever seen. Jason Brad watched the dark blue teleportation door disappear and asked Malcolm with uncertainty. Old Horse was proud and depressed. The gap between him and his daughter was getting bigger and bigger. He did not dwell on this question. Contemporary wizard. How good can my daughter be in ancient times? It's hard to say. She's definitely not as good as your ancestor Merlin. This time, Jason Brad finally brought Old Horse along. However, she would be a very powerful wizard in King Arthur's era. At least the demon in my body can't beat her. Chapter 422. Thea didn't know what the two of them were talking about. She thought she would be teleported to a lair somewhere, but a strange wave of energy suddenly shifted her location, and the entire teleportation shifted by hundreds of meters. This was an extremely small space, surrounded by white fog. The white fog was like a layer of blurry glass. Looking out from the inside, one could see the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers of the material world. In the middle of the space, there were traces of someone using magic power. It could be imagined that this small space had taken a lot of time to open up. As far as the eye could see, there was only a dark gray mountain rock suspended in the air, and on top of it was a 2-story building. It was mentioned in Sargon's memory that this was first discovered by Miriam, a magician from the 12th century. This magician's actual level was not high, and his talent was not good, but his luck could be said to be heaven-defying. He discovered this small space that had been opened up by his predecessors in the crevice of space and time. When this magician had no hope of becoming a great magician, he followed the example of the ancients and built a magician's tower in an attempt to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, good luck would not protect him forever. After a high-intensity battle between magicians, he died like an ant in the aftermath of the attacks. This area was silent for hundreds of years until Felix Faust discovered this place and built less than 1/5 of the magician's tower. Magician's tower was already scarce in the 12th century, and it was even more impossible to build one in this era. Faust did not have heaven-defying powers. He could only modify the original foundation, and finally change the original ruins into the 2-story building in front of them. Thea really did not agree with this guy's aesthetics. Since it was called a stargazing platform, it would be better to make it more ethereal. This guy just had to put a layer of gold on the outside in order to show off its gorgeous characteristics. The 2-story building shone with golden light. Those who knew would say that this was a stargazing platform modified from a magician's tower, but those who did not know would think it was some kind of farmhouse. Rustic, outdated, and shabby, these were the young lady's comments on this place. However, its functions were not bad. It could transfer her teleportation coordinates, and it could be seen that this building had many defensive functions. The Cold Flame Vatican still needed to send someone to call the door, but there was no need for that here. They were here to cause trouble anyway. The young lady raised her hand and a ball of lightning appeared. Under the crackling electric light, the ball of lightning hit the gate of the stargazing platform. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The gold-plated door easily blocked Thea's attack, and a sharp voice rang out. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He wore an ancient robe embroidered with the pattern of stars and moon. He had a mustache and a golden headband on his head. He stepped on a flying stone with a six-pointed star on it and slowly flew out. He was dressed like a hermit, but his expression was somewhat perverse. "You are Felix Faust." Thea flew to the same height as him and asked softly. The gloomy middle-aged man carefully sized up Thea. She was just a young woman, yet she was able to fly without chanting or using any tools. How could this be? One had to know that if he didn't have the stone under his feet that was integrated with the observatory, he couldn't fly. "Woman, are you from the Cold Flame Church?" Faust didn't have an undeserved reputation. He saw that Thea's method of breaking through the barrier was exactly the same as Sargon's, and he made a judgment in his heart. The Cold Flame Church had a fierce reputation. He was alone, but there were 4 of them. In this small space, with the help of the endless magic of the observatory, he wasn't afraid of them, but if he went out, he wouldn't be a match for them. Mages were very flexible. If he was entangled by one of them, he would be surrounded by 4 of them in the next second. He had no chance of winning. He wanted to expose her background and persuade Thea to retreat. The magic of the observatory was accumulated in the other space for more than 800 years. Every time it was used, it would be depleted. The church was a group of lunatics. Every time he fought one, there would be 10 of them. It wasn't worth it to waste precious magic on a battle. He felt that he had already given the church a lot of face by speaking softly and making the other party retreat. However, the young lady was here to pick a fight today. She didn't want to talk nonsense with him and took out the God of Death's staff. This golden staff was very much in line with Faust's aesthetic. He felt that this object was destined to be with him. Letting the enemy go or keeping the enemy here, these 2 options suddenly wavered in his heart. "Leave the staff behind and I'll let you go." Greed still prevailed. Thea almost vomited. How could someone say such a retarded villain? This dog was too disgusting. Talking nonsense with him was a waste of time. Magic surged into the staff, and monstrous seawater drilled out from the void. Using such a large range attack in the material world would inevitably hurt innocent people, but there was no problem here. The huge water current carried unparalleled kinetic energy and fiercely attacked the observatory from above. So powerful. Faust was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know if this was the power of the staff or Thea's own magic. He didn't have time to think about it. He took out a thick book and turned to a certain page. A purple light flashed, and dark brown lines appeared on the surface of the observatory. Facing the sloping seawater, it was like a reef, firmly nailed in place. The original control hub of the Mage Tower. Thea glanced at the book and stopped reading. The Mage Tower could indeed provide a lot of help, but that golden age had passed. The scarcity of all kinds of materials could drive people crazy. The result of bowing to reality was to become a 2-story building. What was the point of existing like this? She would directly flatten it. If there was a Mage Tower spirit, it would also be grateful to her. Thea, who was in mid-air, waved her staff continuously. A huge phantom of a sea beast was summoned by her out of thin air. The sea beast had no facial features, and its body was almost transparent. It seemed to have 3 layers of fine sharp teeth where its mouth should be. Below its body were dozens of tentacles with suction cups. Its back was like a hermit crab, dragging a dark green hard shell. This was a biological sample that Fiora found on a distant planet according to her instructions. The real sea beast had died for countless years, but its genes were still preserved. According to the description of the scholars on that planet, this thing had the characteristic of unlimited growth. In their ancient times, it had devoured more than half of the life on the planet. After that, it was not killed by heroes, but starved to death. The civilization of the entire planet had regressed for thousands of years because of this. Thea used Kryptonian genetic technology to reactivate some parts of the cells and used artificial intelligence to simulate the growth environment. Halfway through the experiment, she directly stopped it and destroyed all the cells. This thing was too terrifying when it grew. Doomsday had a weakness of kryptonite. This thing had almost no shortcomings except for eating a lot and not being able to fly. The phantom that was summoned in front of him was the image of a 30-year-old sea beast. She used a huge amount of magic to simulate its true form. Although he didn't know the origin of the sea beast, Faust still felt a chill. Needless to say, this phantom monster had sharp teeth and looked like it had nothing to do with justice. This made Faust even more certain of Thea's origin. This woman must be from the Cold Flame Church. Chapter 423. It used Sargon's spell to break realms, held an ancient-style staff, and started fighting without saying a word. After that, there was a flood and an evil giant beast. With so many distinctive features, who else could it be other than the cultists of the Cold Flame Church? Faust cursed the ancestors of the 4 mages of the church in his heart. The monster summoned by the other party basically had no attack power, but it did not say a word and directly lay on the observatory to absorb the magic power. This scared the hell out of Mr. Faust. His mustache trembled, and he did not care about the loss of magic power. He gave a few orders, and the observatory began to consciously counterattack. 7 objects similar to the flying stone he was on flew out. The objects flipped 180 degrees, and the side of the hexagram was facing the sea monster. 7 pale white electric lights struck the sea monster. This was a defensive method that Faust had modified using the original structure of the Mage Tower and his own knowledge. The star-casting spell was derived from the meaning of throwing starlight. The 7 starlights fired continuously, and the sea monster's body was smashed into pieces. However, the characteristics of the sea monster determined that it would not die as long as it had energy. It absorbed the energy of the observatory to repair its body, and the star-casting spell from the outside world continued to work, so it continued to absorb. "I'll get rid of you first." Faust was very decisive. He knew that he could not deal with such a shameless monster with his current means, so he set his sights on Thea. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, raised his right hand, and aimed his palm at Thea. Bang! 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 5 purple missiles were fired consecutively. Faust did not want to waste his energy to deal with the sea monster, and Thea did not want to fight with him, who was backed by the observatory and full of magic power. As long as this building was destroyed, the other party's true strength in her eyes was not even comparable to Mr. E. With a nimble turn, she avoided the missiles and continued to open a hole in the void. The violent flood rushed down again. Faust was in a dilemma. He wanted to defend the tower, but he could not. He wanted to fight, but the enemy did not want to fight with him at all. Thea's flying skills were 100 times better than his. Once she wanted to hide, the sky was so big that it was impossible to stop her. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Faust didn't care about the divine artifact anymore. He didn't have the secret technique of observation, so he couldn't see through Thea's strength. However, she didn't show any signs of fatigue after such a long time, so he knew that she was a strong opponent. At this time, he already had the intention to compromise. "You don't know me." Thea was here in her original appearance, so she was very unhappy. "How dare you say you don't know me when I am so famous?" There was nothing to say. He had to be taught a lesson. The seawater kept pouring into this small space. The space was airtight, and the seawater had nowhere to go. Half of the gate of the observatory was already submerged in the water. Thea was like the Jinshan temple being flooded by water. The wind and the waves were endless. As long as the magic power in this 2-story building was not working well, the huge pressure would be able to tear it down. "What do you want?" "I'll give you everything I have." Faust could feel that his beloved observatory was rapidly depleting, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the crazy actions of the Cold Flame Vatican. They didn't want to take such a good ancient building, but wanted to destroy it instead. Pa! Thea ignored him and continued her battle. She pulled out Merlin's sword and activated the ice storm that came with the sword. As soon as the spell was cast, Thea was shocked. The power of this spell was twice as strong as when she cast it herself. Fist-sized hailstones fell into the narrow space like raindrops, densely covering the entire area. Even Thea was affected, not to mention Faust, whose flying skills were not up to standard and was only relying on external objects to show off. The hazy long face was hit continuously, and he lost control of his balance and fell into the sea. It's so cold. Is this the level of an archmage? Thea finally had a direct understanding of the spells of Merlin's era. The ice storm raged for a full 5 minutes. The space itself was full of seawater, and with the wind summoned by the ice storm, the temperature dropped by 50 degrees Celsius. The observatory was finally finished in the 3rd minute of the ice storm's rampage. First, the windows, then the door, and finally the entire brick structure and foundation. The powerful seawater completely destroyed the former magic tower, and all the magic materials were destroyed. Only some bricks and tiles were left. Theo looked at her masterpiece and did not find any spoils of war. She controlled the sea beast to pull Faust out of the sea. The north wind blew and the snow fell. Even she, who had been transformed by divine power several times, felt cold, let alone Faust, who was only wearing a robe and soaking in the sea for 5 minutes. The long-faced middle-aged man was no longer as arrogant as he was when they first met. He did not complain when the sea beast violently dragged him out. He had completely fainted from the cold, and his face was pale. Only his heart was still warm, and there were some frostbites on his hands and feet. Thea took one last look at the small space. It was completely destroyed. She reached out and took the middle-aged man. She cancelled the summoning of the sea beast and opened a portal to return to Malcolm's small cave. Is this the guy who attacked you? Thea threw the almost frozen Faust in front of them, and asked for credit. Old Ma and Mr. Knight were chatting around the fire. Both of them had seen her come and go without a trace, so they were not surprised. They looked at the middle-aged man at the same time. I think so. Mr. Knight was not sure. Faust was too flashy in the past, and now he looked like a dead dog. He was not very sure. It's this guy. Malcolm's training in the Assassin League was perfect. As long as the people he met were not turned into ashes, he would recognize them. Sia reached out and touched Faust's forehead. The weak magic power woke him up. Then, she sealed his magic power with 2 seals. She then signaled to Old Ma, "You can take revenge and interrogate me now." In fact, it was more convenient to read his mind directly with her spiritual power. However, in order to let Old Ma vent his anger, Thea still brought him back conscious. Malcolm was an expert in extorting confessions through torture. Mr. Faust was not a strong-willed man either. After a few lashes of the whip, he began to answer the questions. The sneak attack on Old Ma was indeed his own idea. At that time, he was meditating at the observatory, and the observatory had sent him an extremely dangerous signal that was similar to a disaster. He did not know what it meant. With the help of the huge magic power of the observatory, he completed a divination. The result of the divination was very vague, but it clearly showed that it was Malcolm and Old Ma. He took the initiative to strike first and fought with the demon in Jason Brad's body. Both sides suffered great losses. He was quite happy on the way back. He felt that the calamity corresponded to the two of them. He did not expect that just as he recovered from his injuries with the help of the observatory, the real calamity came. Faust looked at Thea, who was sitting by the fire, and his eyes were full of regret. Chapter 424. However, there was no point in regretting it. Facing Malcolm's questions, he answered truthfully. In the end, He even told him about the Morgan Le Fay temple in Peru. How do we deal with this guy? Malcolm asked Thea after knocking Faust out with a punch. He remembered that his daughter was a hero. Up to you. Thea turned her head to the other side and said indifferently. Faust was not a good person. In the future, he would cause a huge disaster to the entire world in eternal evil. It was not a bad thing to deal with him in advance. With a crack, Malcolm grabbed Faust's forehead and chin. With a twist of his hands, he ended his sinful life. Let's go back first and discuss the next step of the plan, Thea said to the two of them. At the same time, she secretly gave Malcolm a look. Malcolm did not know what she was up to. He also needed to recover some of his strength. He nodded in agreement. The three of them passed through the portal. From the desolate cave, they came to a room with a strong technological aura. This is my laboratory in the metropolis. You guys can take a rest first. Thea poured a glass of water for each of them. Jason Brad saw that the father and daughter had something to talk about in private. He tactfully walked out first. In fact, it was not bad to bring them to Star City for a reunion. However, Thea did not want old Ma and Oliver to have a conflict. Old Robert's life was involved in this. This kind of hatred for killing one's father was difficult to resolve. Malcolm was not only Tommy and Thea's father, but he was also Oliver's father's enemy. In the face of a close friend and sister, Oliver was in a difficult position. The best way was to distance them from each other and not see each other for the rest of their lives. That would be the best. The father and daughter understood what happened after they parted. Thea specifically mentioned that Tommy had been injected with God's blood. She told old Ma not to hesitate anymore. She then took out a tube of gene optimization fluid from the laboratory and gave it to him. At this point, all of her relatives had been strengthened. As for the matter of popularizing the gene optimization fluid, Thea only thought about it and gave up on it. The benefits involved were too great. It was impossible to give the injection for free. The high price would cause serious conflicts in society. The rich with money and power would become stronger, and the poor would be even more powerless to resist. Ignoring the others, once the gene optimization fluid was released onto the market, Batman would definitely explode. Every villain would have a copy of the gene optimization fluid, such as a clown that had been injected with the strengthening fluid, a strengthened penguin scarecrow, etc. The danger level of Gotham would increase exponentially. That scene would be too terrifying and too beautiful. Maintaining the status quo was the right thing to do. It's like this. Thea organized her words. I've thought of a way to forcefully activate your bloodline. What should we do? You don't need to do too much. Just inject the god's blood and gene-strengthening fluid separately and adjust your body to its best condition. We'll start in 3 days. 3 days later, Malcolm, who had received a series of enhancements, stood there in high spirits as he watched Thea busy herself. He had experienced it deeply. After injecting the god's blood and the gene optimization fluid, his body was rejuvenated. His originally declining physical strength seemed to have returned to 20 years ago. The feeling of his strength, speed, and stamina returning to their peak was intoxicating. Jason Brad had fully recovered from his injuries in the past 3 days. He stood beside Malcolm and looked at Thea, who had been drawing circles on the ground for 3 days. Your daughter is really good to you. But can this really awaken any bloodline? The knight was a little doubtful. In his impression, even Merlin could not do this. If it could be done, it could. If it couldn't, it couldn't. If it could be awakened so easily, the world would be filled with wizards. Malcolm glanced at him and did not say anything. Thea had been working on it for 3 days without rest. He would definitely not back down now. In fact, the knight was not wrong. Merlin was indeed unable to do this. His era was too long ago, and the power of the spells of today's wizards could not be compared to that of his era. However, after 1,000 years, the refinement and ingenuity of spells were different from that of ancient times. A new path had been paved. In addition, Merlin's standards were too high. He only had eyes for the higher levels. He did not have the time to worry about a wizard apprentice's initiation ceremony. This created an objective reality that Thea could do what Merlin could not. The magic circle in front of him was a combination of modern magic and ancient magic. The most crucial point was that it made use of Zatanna and her daughter's irony magic to make the impossible possible, forcefully drawing out Malcolm's originally sparse and almost invisible bloodline. After that, it would be possible to use a large amount of magic to cleanse and reorganize it. What Sia had drawn was a huge ironic magic circle. She had also borrowed a lot of Sargon's knowledge. This magic circle could be said to be the culmination of all the skills of the current generation. She threw 3 gemstones to Malcolm. There were 3 greater healing spells stored in them. They were created using gemstone magic. When Malcolm walked into the magic circle, Thea began to recite the spell. She had to recite the entire spell in reverse. This task was very mentally taxing. Even with her high intelligence, she had to stumble and her face was pale. Fortunately, with the help of the magic circle and a few precious tools provided by the Cold Flame Vatican, the first step was daunting but not dangerous. There was already a faint shadow of magic in Malcolm's body. Steady. The next step is the key. Thea shouted loudly. She stretched out her hand and took out the God of Death's staff. Previously, when she summoned the sea monster to destroy Faust's observatory, the sea monster returned a portion of its magic to the staff before it turned into nothingness. Thea wanted to absorb the non-elemental magic herself, but she gave up after thinking for a long time. The magic was absorbed by the observatory from the other dimension for hundreds of years. It was scattered and not very pure. If converted to Thea's magic, it was only 2 or 3 years' worth of magic. It was just icing on the cake. If she used it to strengthen Malcolm's body, it would be a different story. It was a timely help. Thea raised the staff and directed the magic to follow the path of the magic circle, all the way to the center point, which was Malcolm's body. The non-elemental mana activated the crimson magic circle and surged into Malcolm's body. His weak mana was nourished and grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. "That's it?" Mr. Knight asked curiously. He didn't mind making things worse. Far from it. Sia was not as optimistic as Malcolm. Purification was the first step to extraction. Malcolm's current mana was only enough to fulfill the conditions for extraction. He was still far from success. Seeing that Malcolm's body was shaking a little, Sia knew that his magic power had reached its limit. She stopped the non-elemental magic power output, and a small magic circle appeared in the magic circle. It was the same as what Damien had done. This was the real bloodline purification magic circle. Chapter 425. If Thea's own mana reaction was a 10, then she would have a 10% chance of awakening her sorcerer's bloodline without the help of any magic circles. Damien's mana reaction was a 3. And Malcolm's mana reaction was probably not even half a point. However, with the help of modern magic, he had finally reached this step. The process was extremely painful. The purification circle was constantly consuming his mana, and every second felt like hell. However, Malcolm was already so old. He understood that the gains were proportional to the gains. His willpower was even stronger than Damien's. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Thea also kept her eyes on him. Every time Malcolm's mana was about to be depleted, she would manually inject a part of it into the circle, and then the circle would purify it again. Thea would replenish it again. Twice during the process, he could not hold on any longer and used the magic gem Thea gave him to heal his body. However, the consumption of mana was unavoidable. He could only endure every second. After the fourth replenishment, Malcolm finally gathered a drop of his own mana. Thea hurriedly stopped the circle. She was also exhausted. That's it. There seems to be some reaction, but the effect is mediocre. The knight who had been watching the show said with a hint of regret. Thea could not be bothered with him. No wonder this person was only an ordinary knight. He really did not know how to talk. Besides, this was not a movie. What kind of effect was he looking for? Should a sorcerer's bloodline awakening have an earth-shattering effect? What a joke. She looked at the mana in the staff. There was very little left. She might as well inject it all into Malcolm's body. When she returned, she would give him a few spellbooks. He should be able to cast a few spells. Malcolm was an adult who had undergone cruel training. In other words, he was a high-level character, unlike Damien, who was purely a low-level character. Sia also gave him some magic power. He rested on the spot for a while. Although he was trembling all over, his spirit was exceptionally good. His eyes were shining. He took a deep breath and walked out of the magic circle with more and more steady steps. Thea reached out her hand to give him a high five. Her childish gesture made Malcolm feel awkward. Not wanting to spoil the fun, he gave her a high five. Mr. Knight, who had a strange personality and did not know how to speak, stared at Malcolm for a while. You're starting to get it, but you still have a long way to go. The father and daughter had already gotten used to his speaking style. This person was just like that. He was serious, old-fashioned, and inflexible. However, it was good that his actions were consistent with his words. At least he would not stab someone in the back. What new abilities do you have? Thea asked curiously. She had a unicorn tattoo, while Damien had a dark elemental damage amplification. According to the records, magic awakeners would have an ability that corresponded to their personality, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Malcolm didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he leaped into the air, turned nimbly, and disappeared without a trace. A gentle breeze blew by, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. Invisibility. Haste. Or was it spatial magic? A few well-known spells flashed through Thea's mind, but none of them looked like it. She quietly waited for Malcolm to explain. The information that the bloodline transmitted to me is, wind walk. I can transform into the wind. Currently, I can only borrow the power of the wind. In the future, I can control the wind and even turn it into a hurricane. Thea nodded. This ability was very much in line with Old Ma's personality. He could fight and hide, and most importantly, he could run away easily. The Merlin family's awakeners had the wind attribute for generations. This talent conformed to the norm and had potential for development. With Old Ma's research spirit, he might be able to develop a new ability. Talent was only a small aspect. Learning more knowledge and accumulating magic power was the right way to go. Theo was about to persuade Comrade Old Ma to study hard and improve himself every day, but who knew that he would speak again hesitantly. I seem to have another ability, huh? Theo was stunned. Although her unicorn tattoo had 2 transformations, it was only one ability. What did Old Ma mean by another ability? It's a very mysterious ability. I can't explain it clearly, but I'll show it to you. He did not waste the past 3 days. He contacted his subordinates and vaguely knew that the Cold Flame Church was almost completely destroyed by a group of people. He had realized that his daughter was no longer the little girl who had learned martial arts from him. She was now a powerful mage. If there was something he did not understand, he could not go wrong asking her. He reached out and drew strange lines in the void. 7 illusory stone slabs with hexagrams were summoned. Malcolm frowned, as if he was trying to decide what to do next. Thea hurriedly stopped him. With her rich theoretical knowledge, she understood that this was the ability of the Faust Observatory. Back then, the sea beast had absorbed about 30% of the Faust Observatory's magic power, and then returned about 15% to the god of death's staff. This part of the magic power had been consumed and purified by the magic array. Now that it had been reflected in Malcolm's body, it should be less than 10% of the original amount. Through the purification process of Old Ma's blood, the magic power had merged with him, giving Old Ma a trace of the ability of divination. Thea had dabbled in various schools of magic, secret arts, rituals, and curses. However, she had almost never studied divination because there was no need for it. With the memory of a transmigrator, she knew most of the world's secrets and development process. Divination was a waste of energy and life force, so it was meaningless to her. Don't use this ability again. If I'm not mistaken, this is the ability of an astrologer. It is a skill that uses a very different method of observation from modern astronomy to predict the future. It is too much of a burden on you. Promise me, don't use it so easily. Theo looked at Old Ma seriously. This is the word of wisdom. Listen to her. Don't try to use a power that you can't control. A female voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between father and daughter. She was wearing a purple dress that reached the ground and cloth shoes. She was very simple from head to toe, except for a hairband on her head. You are? The knight asked uncertainly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Thea threw out the answer directly. She bowed slightly. Madam of the High Capital, long time no see. The etiquette of the High Capital was perfect. Descendant of Merlin, I said we would meet again. Madam, your body seems to be. Thea only took a few casual glances and found the problem. The strength of the High Capital's madam had decreased by a lot compared to 100 years ago. What was more strange was that she was being eroded by some kind of great power every minute and every second, and her strength was being depleted bit by bit. The demigod who had trapped Thea and Diana with ease back then did not seem to be much stronger than the few from the cold flame Vatican. What happened to her in the past 100 years? How could her body be damaged to such an extent? Chapter 426. Shangdo smiled and did not answer directly, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. My affairs are not worth mentioning. But you, I see a lot of your active figure in the future. Thea clicked her tongue. She was no longer the little girl who lacked knowledge of magic. In fact, it was not difficult to figure out the current situation of the Lady of Shangdo. She was frequently divining the future. She had been doing the same for the past 1,000 years. This was her path. If she wanted to go further, she had to have this awareness. However, the changes in the past 1,000 years were not great, and the backlash of the world or time was not great. She could basically withstand it with her demigod power. But in recent years, Superman had officially come to the forefront, and the era of great change had arrived. Peeping into the future at this point in time had far-reaching effects. It was the same as looking into the abyss. You were looking into the future, and the future was looking into you. The powerful existences that would descend upon Earth in the future, such as Hal Jordan who was possessed by a ghost or the Anti-Watcher from Darkseid, would be able to sense it if one looked at them from their point in time. The kind ones wouldn't do anything, but the evil ones wouldn't have a problem spying on them in the opposite direction. Shangdo's situation was very bad. She had to use all her strength to prevent these visions from extending from the future. At the same time, to ensure that there would not be more terrible disasters in the future, she had to continue divining and watching. This vicious cycle had caused her to fall into a dilemma. This made her even more determined to not let her father go on the path of a fraud. Thinking of Malcolm, Thea realized that something was wrong. Now that a woman suddenly appeared, Old Ma did not react at all. This was too strange. As soon as she turned around, an ominous feeling surged in her heart. This feeling came without reason. It appeared so suddenly and then disappeared quickly. She saw Old Ma looking at Shangdo with a strange expression. The moment Thea turned around, Shangdo also closed his eyes slightly. She did not know what he was thinking. "What's wrong with you?" Thea poked Old Ma. The father and daughter had a good relationship, but the way they addressed each other was very strange. Thea rarely called him father. Malcolm also called her by her name. People who did not know them would not be able to tell that they were father and daughter. Who is this woman? Malcolm had a strange expression on his face. Thea could see the passion in his eyes. He was a little confused, but still explained, "This is the Lady of Xanadu. She is the youngest sister of the goddess of the lake." Similar, very similar. Malcolm muttered as he looked at Xanadu from afar. Thea did not have Superman's super hearing, so she could not hear him clearly. Who does he look like? Like Tommy's mother, Malcolm's words made Sia choke on her own saliva. She stood rooted to the ground. He was really going to shock her to death with his words. At this time, Thea realized that Shangdo's appearance here was not simple. She also saw the vague charm in Shangdo's eyes. An extremely melodramatic fact was about to be put on the table. In the future that she divined, she would be together with Old Ma. That was why she appeared here today, at this time. What could Thea say? That the two of them could not be together. Looking at Old Ma's infatuated expression and Shangdo's posture of following the trajectory of time, she knew that they would not listen to her no matter what she said. What's more, the future was changed by her big butterfly wings. In the original spacetime, Malcolm should be fighting Green Arrow in Star City, Faust should continue to be a handsome man in his observatory, and Shangdo should be going on his own journey. Now, fate was using his own hands to tie the two of them together. One was a diviner, the other an astrologer. One had lived for a long time, while the other was as cunning as a fox. With the help of Arthur and the goddess of the lake's complicated relationship, the two of them seemed to have some sort of relationship. Thea had the urge to cover her face. After analyzing several aspects, the two of them were really a match made in heaven. "Sia, my child, I think I've found my future goal. I didn't protect Tommy's mother well back then. Now that I have the ability, I'm going to protect her." Malcolm stroked Sia's hair. It was as if he was talking to her, but it was also as if he was talking to himself. Thea was in a dilemma. What could she say? The future wife of Shangdo was in trouble. Getting involved with her was really not in line with her original intention of keeping her family away from danger. She had already seen a bunch of bad guys chasing after them, and Old Ma turning into a breeze and running in front of Shangdo. Don't read the stars so easily. It will hurt your body far more than you can imagine. Feeling that she could not stop them, Thea could only cautiously advise. Don't worry, Thea. I will guide him in this aspect. No one in this world can compare to me in this field. Shangdo had walked to the two of them and said in a confident tone. She finally stopped talking about the damned descendant of Merlin and called out Thea's name. This should have been a very satisfying thing, but where did the tone of an elder come from? Thea felt the deep malice of the world. 2 days ago, she had just pretended to be Constantine's elder, and today, karma came back. But looking at Malcolm's proud face, she could not refute. She explained how to use the magic gems she had and gave them to Malcolm. Now that he had greatly increased his strength, he should be able to deal with any trouble. The wife of Shangdo whispered a few words to Jason Brad, and the knight with the demon hidden in his body was successfully fooled. The three of them happily bid farewell to Thea. A red light flashed, and only Thea was left. They're all gone. Who are you working so hard for? Thea was a little depressed. After 5 years, Malcolm had finally turned from a villain to a member of the righteous faction. Yes, Thea felt that when Madame Shangdo established the Dark Justice League in the future, Mr. Ma would definitely be a glorious member. He was now considered a rare talent among the mages who could fight and knew how to cast spells. Plus, with his complementary astrology skills with Madame Shangdo, it would not be a problem for him to become a senior member of the Dark Justice League. Maybe Madame Shangdo would retire behind the scenes, and Mr. Ma would rely on his own wisdom to take up the role. Shaking her head and sighing, she left the metropolis and teleported to New York. The Croydon compass that she had previously collected was only the dial and needle, and the last part of the lens was missing. As a local, Midnight Papa had already completed the preliminary work for her and found the target in his dungeon. The most important lens of the descendant of Croydon was hidden in his pupil. Old Ma had already turned over a new leaf, and Thea did not want to be too ruthless. Instead of digging out the lens, she used a replacement spell and an irony spell to take out the lens. The golden dial, the transparent lens, and the silver needle were perfectly combined, as if they had never been separated. Chapter 427. Croydon's Compass. Thea held the palm-sized tool in one hand and experimented with it a few times. The first function was to search for magic signals, and the second function was to find people. However, it was limited by the level of the original creator. It couldn't find divine weapons or magic weapons, and people above the level of demigod. Its range of application was limited to the level of mortals. In addition, in modern society, there were all kinds of interference. Many places like the Heaven's Eye Society couldn't be found by the compass. Although there were many shortcomings, its advantages were also outstanding. For ordinary people, it could be called a divine weapon. A good-for-nothing young man who doesn't look down on a poor young man. After getting the compass, he found a secret inheritance and soared to the sky. These images instantly popped up in Sia's mind. If this thing was released to the outside world, it could easily cause a lot of trouble. At this time, she could also understand some of Constantine's painstaking efforts. This guy's bottom line was even lower than the transmigrators. He collected magic items all over the world to stabilize the world. This was the era of mortals, the era of science and technology. Thea didn't have any big ambitions to revive the glory of the magic era because she knew that in the future, Earth would continue to develop science and technology. This trend had long been set. Reverse lightning in the 25th century, the Queen of Emerald Eyes in the 31st century, and the Magician in the 64th century. These transmigrators were all well-known figures in science and technology. In the 64th century, there was no difference between the development of science and magic. The way people lived had undergone earth-shaking changes. Things that modern society thought were magic could be realized with science and technology in that era. She didn't worry too much about whether people were happy or not 4,000 years later. She still had a lot of things to do. First, she returned to Star City to check on the homework of her two disciples. The two children were too smart. Originally, she almost didn't have anything to teach them. Now that she had obtained the memories of Master Sargon's lifetime, it was too easy to fool the two naughty children. Damien was dumbfounded by the long list of theories. The Demon King's princess, Raven Lowly, also stared with her eyes wide open and her small mouth forming an O shape. The gem magic and irony magic were also taught to the two of them. Raven Lowly was very resentful of throwing shiny gems at people. Her magic was almost infinite, so there was no need for her to do so. She secretly hid the few gems that Thea gave her, but her irony magic was really good. Damien, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of her. He didn't have enough magic, so it was very difficult for him to practice irony. However, he had a special liking for gemstone magic. In his opinion, it was no different from throwing a bomb. He used his father's credit card and bought a bag of gemstones to practice. Not to mention the frightened Batman who received the credit card bill, Thea hired 3 expedition teams in her name to search for the temple mentioned by Faust in the Peruvian jungle. The original spacetime was discovered by Constantine's good friend, Nick Nacro. However, this unlucky fellow was quickly abandoned by Slag Kong, who had fallen in love with Satana. Just before they found the temple, he was killed by the two, and his soul entered hell. Later on, it was Faust who sacrificed his lifespan to bring this guy back from hell. Now, this unlucky guy was still in hell, and Faust himself had been sent by Old Ma to accompany him. Brother Nick would have to live in hell for a few more years. This group of bad guys kept a trick up their sleeves. Without Nick's specific guidance, Faust only knew the approximate location. The power of the temple was still there, blocking the detection of the compass and the search of the Eye of Horus. Thea tried several methods, but in the end, she had no choice but to use the stupidest method, which was to send people to search for the temple. The 3 expedition teams all had mercenaries loyal to Death Knell. As long as the target was found, Thea would be able to go there immediately. A whole month passed. Other than Batman complaining to her that Damien's expenses were a little too high, there was no new news. After dealing with the affairs of the committee, Thea let out a long sigh. The 7 alien cities had been normalized. Under the situation of a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, many aliens had registered. However, this work had just begun. Out of more than 100,000 aliens, less than 30,000 of them had registered with the committee. The rest were either observing or doubting. General Lane initially wanted to force the registration, but Thea stopped him. For the aliens in a few of the cities, although there were some differences in their development, overall, they were not as good as Earthlings. This group of people was just sitting at home. Before they could figure out what was going on, a big cover was placed on them. After that, the city fell into chaos until Thea led a team to rescue them. They did not have an understanding person like Thea to explain the general situation of the universe to them, nor did they know about Brainiac. Many aliens saw the black technology of the committee and thought that the Earthlings had captured them. Some cried, some knelt down and begged, and some wanted revenge. There were many different sentiments. General Lane heard that the Earth was also a developed planet in the eyes of the aliens, so he temporarily stopped the idea of forcing the registration. The old general's sense of honor was satisfied. Under the special publicity of the committee, the news of aliens landing on the Earth was slowly revealed to the outside world. After the initial panic, many brave guys jumped out. The incident that Thea had dealt with before was a typical example. This woman, whose code name was Gambling House, was an ordinary person without any enhancements or abilities. She was the owner of a very famous underground casino. She saw the value of the aliens. In just 1 month, she had kidnapped or robbed dozens of aliens from the 7 alien cities to fight in her casino to satisfy the perverted hobbies of the rich. When Digger, a former bodyguard and now one of the leaders of the armed forces, first reported to Thea, she did not believe it. How could an ordinary Earthling be so bold? However, in front of a few pieces of evidence, she had to admit that people could be as bold as they could be. This woman, who wore a red dress with a high slit and had an azure dragon tattoo on her body, had business all over the world. Her underground casino fully satisfied the psychology of the rich. The battle between humans and beasts, the battle between humans and aliens, and the battle between aliens and beasts, there was nothing that she could not do. Mr. Digger, catch this woman. Thea collected some clues from the Sky Eye Society and other intelligence agencies and gave a stack of information to the black man. These ordinary people were not worthy of her personal action. The black man did not care how Thea mobilized his troops. He also had a set of kinetic skeletons and Thea's freeze gun. With hundreds of people, he would not lose to a woman who relied on her mouth to escape. While Thea was thinking about where to go on the weekend, Fiora came in a hurry. The news from the Pentagon: 10 minutes ago, an unidentified flying object landed on the Earth. Looking around and seeing that there was no one around, she whispered, looking at the photo, "It looks like Krypton's Fort Ross. It is different from the Black Fog Fort where we are imprisoned. Fort Ross is full of Krypton felons." Chapter 428. Fortress Ross. Thea's expression was a little unnatural when she heard this. This is Supergirl's enemy. This group of brutal aliens came to Earth so early. Although this fortress, Supergirl's spaceship, and General Zod flew out of the Phantom area at the same time, it was huge and not a normal aircraft at all. Supergirl's small spaceship landed on Earth 6 years ago, followed by General Zod's Black Fog Fortress. Because he had scientists who could modify the prison, he arrived on Earth half a year ago. Fortress Ross is different. If General Zod is a political prisoner, Fortress Ross is a criminal prisoner. The prison conditions and staffing are different. According to the original timeline, after they rushed out of the Phantom area, it would take at least 10 years for them to arrive on Earth. History has really been changed. Thea doesn't know if this is her own doing, or the work of Madame Soto, or is it the work of those speedsters, the technological transmigrators of the future world. There are too many possibilities and it is really hard to judge. No matter what the future will develop, it is time to go and see. After asking for the coordinates, Thea and Fiora teleported to the wilderness of New Mexico. The two of them searched for a little and found the landing object. From the outside, it looked like a strange flying object formed by the intersection of two rings with a diameter of thousands of meters, but if you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that there are dense partitions in the rings. Each partition is a prisoner's cage. There are no signs of life in the spaceship. Did they run so fast? Thea glanced from afar. The expected scene of hundreds of aliens flying out did not appear. The spaceship was empty, as if it had been abandoned for several days. The two entered the spaceship and took away all the weapons that could be used as weapons. The two came to the main control computer and got control of the spaceship by relying on Fiora's identity. Fiora checked and said with some depression, they use light and shadow refraction equipment. In fact, the spaceship has been landing for 3 days. These are all Krypton felons and they have all run away. Unlike Superman, Fiora had no feelings for Earth. She only felt that the escape of these Kryptonian criminals was a provocation to her, the only person who still had a job on Krypton. Whether it was duty or obligation, she had to catch these people back. This was the only thing she could do for Krypton. Thea did not care about the Kryptonian honor. She only remembered that the leader of this group seemed to be Supergirl's aunt. Although she was a Kryptonian, she was not a warrior. Most likely, she was born as a government support personnel and would not pose any threat to her. Thea had read many Kryptonian genetic profiles. She did not feel pressured by the information on the spaceship. Soon, she found something different from what she remembered. Supergirl's aunt, General Astra, had committed suicide after the destruction of Krypton. Now, the one leading everyone was her adjutant and her husband, Norn. This guy used ruthless means to integrate the resources on the spaceship. This might be the main reason why he landed on Earth in advance. Let's take this spaceship back and use it as a prison in the future. Thea was worried about where to put the aliens who committed crimes. She could not put them in Blackgate Prison or Belgrave Prison. Just as she was worrying, the prison automatically fell down. Fiora and Norn were both adjutants, but as the battle sequence, she was half a level higher than Norn, who was in charge of logistics affairs. She easily overtook the other's authority. If it was in the past, such a big toy that weighed thousands of tons would not be able to be taken away without exposing its true strength. Now, it was easier. An atomized field was built on the spot. 5 rays were aimed at Fortress Ross at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a fist. The Missy was ready to stuff it into her bag. The two searched the spaceship and atomized the prison. It took them an hour to finish all this. Just as they were about to leave, the Martian hunter, who acted like an ordinary person, finally arrived at the scene with his men. This should be managed by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The Martian hunter saw the spaceship that looked like a toy in Thea's hand. He knew that he was late, but he still wanted to fight for it. This is clearly the responsibility of the Alien Supervision and Management Committee. Thea did not back down. Public is public. This is the disadvantage of the cross-agency. Their functions overlap with each other. It seems that anyone can manage it, but it is a competition of who is tough. In order to win their trust, Thea also took out her ID and showed it to them. The Martian hunter was helpless. In order to disguise his identity, he could not fly over like Thea when he heard the news. It took him an hour to get there. He was fast. The Sky's Eye Society, which could also manage this matter, had just set off. The two were talking on the surface, but the spiritual channel was not idle. One said that this was a Krypton spaceship and Fiora had the indisputable leadership. The other said that both of them were too young. I have experience in dealing with this matter. You should leave it to me. Uncle Ronan, you don't want to expose your identity. It is dangerous to fight aliens with a group of agents. You know that these guys are felons of Krypton. Can you bear to see your men die tragically? If you can't make up your mind, let's go to the Bat Cave to vote. Thea said cheerfully in the spiritual channel. The Martian hunter thought about it. Thea's words made sense. He could not fight, so it was indeed inhumane to rely on submachine guns and grenades to deal with all kinds of ferocious aliens. As for going to the Bat Cave to vote, he did not care. They had already discussed the matter of Fiora staying on Earth. Superman was in favor of having one more compatriot on Earth. Diana knew that Fiora was Thea's subordinate. She felt that the more strong women there were, the better. She also happily agreed. Batman abstained, so the final vote was 3-1. Was there still a vote this time? The Martian hunter felt that the result was already decided. There was no suspense at all. Both sides confirmed the ownership and went back to their own homes. Thea brought the prison spaceship back to the committee. She did not go too far. Whether it was the Sky's Eye Society or the Super Investigation Bureau, they could throw criminals who were difficult to lock up into the spaceship. The spaceship was very spacious. It would not be a problem to hold 8,000 to 10,000 criminals. The parties were not too happy. Everyone knew that this spaceship of alien criminals had entered a human city. It was only a matter of time before they caused trouble or even committed crimes. A few departments were secretly accumulating strength and setting up spies, waiting for the enemy to make a move. 3 days passed quickly. Fiora's super hearing was still running. Thea was also searching from time to time. She had mobilized facial recognition and satellite positioning. California, Nakanal City. High-intensity battle reaction. Gideon received the news immediately. Thea cast an invisibility spell on Fiora and directly stepped into a portal.